welcome everybody to the Social Dig, the greatest underrated show on the World Wide Web. I am your host, Mr. Rob G, and as always, we're going to be digging into the topics that keep you talking and the talk that keeps you thinking. So come on in, kick your feet up, get comfortable, get an ice cold beverage or a warm beverage, and get ready to join the conversation. Yeah, okay, awesome show over at Spaced Out Radio After Hours. Definitely enjoyed our guest tonight. Thinking outside of the box. Love it, love it, love it. Could ask for nothing more. Bringing a new way to look at things when it comes to the space. It's it's refreshing, and I think it's the right way to go. I really agree with the way that Ross approached the paranormal investigations. I think we need that, and it's on record now. So anyone out there who's looking into the topic or just coming into it thinking about becoming a ghost hunter now has, I think, a really good reference point to if they were to look at that, where how they should be thinking, what their state of mind should be when approaching, if they really want to figure out this phenomenon. So with that being said, let me go ahead and thank everybody for coming on in, over from the After Hours show. We do have Simon the Likeable coming in with the gold, saying, "Hey Rob," and then saying also, "Great show in SOR." Man, I really appreciate that. Really thank you for acknowledging. And Magneticus Attractus coming in with the silver, saying, "Okay." We got Maggie M10. "Hey Mr. Rob G." Hey Maggie M10, and she gets the bronze for the night. Very important thing here, Magneticus Attractors. Remember to play nice with each other. We're all here to do positive things and affect things positively and move things in the right direction. So let's all play nice together. Let's enlighten each other tonight. Let's do some of that. It's always fun when we enlighten each other. If you notice, it's always a better time when we enlighten each other here, right? It's for a reason. That great energy is what resonates throughout the episode. Lightwalkers. Hello, Robbie G. Hey, Lightwalkers. Thank you for coming in. Jessica S., thank you for joining us at the late night call-in show. Let's see. Paramore is in the building. Thank you, Paramore, for coming on over. And let's see. I think we might be to the end. Wordless, thank you for coming. Monica, thank you so much. Hola, ¿cómo está? Let me see. Okay, yeah. Paramore, that's a great question. Okay, has everyone been hitting the like button? I hope so. If you like it, please hit the like button. I think we're building here, and it's turning into the vision that we set it out to be, which is a platform for people to come in and talk about experiences, general life stuff too. That's another point I want to make. Obviously, when it comes to humanity, one of the biggest topics humanity is facing happens to be UFOs and the whole phenomenon, what we're facing. So it's definitely something that we're going to always talk about and embrace. But there are other things that you could talk about as well, that help progress humanity. So if you're along those lines, if you have something to talk about, it doesn't have to be UFOs, but as long as it's something that is beneficial to the knowledge base, and it's something that we can use as a tool to kind of move us forward, it's welcome. So please bring any and all type of conversations, but I would love to have, I know a lot of people are experiencers, and we'd love to have some of that talk too. Help other people get comfortable enough to come out and talk. And I think that has been happening. We've had people who haven't come up and talked before, who have come up and spoken. And they've used the stage to do exactly what the platform is built for. Um, and we do already have our first person coming on in. So I want to welcome our first guy up in here. And just, oh, let me bring this up first before I do that. Just for everyone out there, let me bring this up. This is the call in line. So you can call in. Call in line is open. It takes one person at a time the way it's set up right now. So it is currently available and open. So if you feel the need or the want to do so, you can call in. It's live right now, 856-843-3444, or that's 856 the dig. If you prefer to jump on stage, which would be keep the phone line open, you can do so by clicking the link that we have pinned at the top of the chat. That will get you right up here on stage, and you will be able to discuss whatever it is you want to talk about. As long as it doesn't take us down a bad path, let's keep it positive. Let's keep it enlightening and beneficial to the overall goal of where we're trying to go. And I think once we get to doing this in that design, that this will be the place to come to go ahead and talk. And yeah, we're gonna get into it. So let me bring the first person who hopped in, which is our guy, Magneticus. Thank you for joining us,
Oh, Rob.
Magneticus. Thanks for jumping in.
How are you tonight?
Doing good, man. Doing really, really good, man. Feeling good too, because it was a great show over there. Once
You
again,
sound better tonight. Your
oh, I
voice
do.
sounds better. Yeah,
Yeah,
your
good,
sound
good.
kind of harsh the other night. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that whatever I had, it lasted for
oh
like the
yeah, because
first
your wife
that
went to Vegas and caught the what have yous.
exactly,
Yeah,
and brought
yeah,
whatever
yeah. Brought
what they
back to
say
you.
what stays in Vegas.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
stay in Vegas. It came here to me, and then I had it. But I was over it. But this last week, or this past week, I was still like my voice would go out pretty quick. Like if I
Right.
didn't talk for a while and then talk, it would be pretty not there. So my voice is definitely feeling great. So I appreciate you noticing that.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah,
You
no,
know
we
me.
had a
I
great
notice those
time.
little things.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
me. I
no,
notice those little things.
those things matter too. I mean, because if I pride these shows because they translate well into audio only. So if anyone has ever that listened to the show without watching it, then you see how it translates in the audio, and it's an important part of this whole thing. So the voice has to be on point, and yeah, appreciate that, man. Let me see. We had Maggie M10 saying JSCO 77 was an amazing contributor, excellent contributor last night. I agree. I totally agree. And I know there are a lot more people out there that have something to say that would contribute just as fantastic.
Well, he's got
And
that Sam Elliott voice going on. So
exactly. Oh, man. And I had to get some info from him on because he has the most epic audio setup ever. So I had to make sure that I got that information from him, which he did send over to me. So
and
I
then
will
that
be
image
getting
that once sent in. That was just like that was yeah.
exactly,
I, I,
exactly. It was on
I mean,
every. That's what I mean. Everything clicked. It worked like it was supposed to last night, and that's what I was
right.
saying yesterday. Is that exactly what this is set up for? Everything happened and it was utilized in the way that it was supposed to last night. It just, you know we had a person come up and talk about an experience. A person listening to that experience had something trigger within him to go and grab some information that added to the story, and it just all worked. And I really, that's why I was like, when we were on, we had Eugene on. We were truthfully right in the middle of a great conversation, but I was like, you know what? Let's cut it here because this has been such a perfect show that I want to make sure that it stays that and that it doesn't water itself down at some point. So, I think as long as we keep the mindset that we had last night, and then we have hopefully some people that'll come up and talk about their experiences. That's how it could be all the time. That's the goal. So,
Right.
and I appreciate everything you're doing, Magneticus. You definitely are adding a whole other element to the conversation as well,
Well, you
especially getting
noticed
into
what I
those
was
crazy
doing while they
things.
were talking last night, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah,
Did you
yeah. I
see
saw
what
you over there. I
I
saw you
like I
fiddling.
said, I had to build the web in order to get the blocks out from underneath it. And while you guys were talking, that's why I was like, can I just like hang out? And I stuck the camera somewhere up on my contraption, and I couldn't tell if
Yeah,
you could see or not, and just started weaving away. And then by the time they were done talking, I had my weave done, and my wheel's now suspended. I don't know, 2 or 3 feet off the ground. So
yeah. That
you
was
know,
epic. That was epic. I was watching. I was like, oh, okay, man. That just turned the camera on, guys. That means just tune in because just see, watch what he's doing. So that was
watch.
perfect, man.
Yeah,
That was
I
perfect.
live next to Missouri, so I like to show people. Why
That's
talk about it when you can just show them?
exactly. That was
I
perfect.
didn't move the blocks. Maggie, I did not move the blocks. The blocks are still sitting there, but I took everything between the blocks and where the top was and moved everything from the middle and put it back on top. And now it all hangs from lines. I guess I should turn on my camera, shouldn't I? And show
Oh
people
yeah. I
what I
mean,
did.
please
Oh,
do.
hold on a second. Let me see if get Derek Galloway wants to give me grief or wear his socks and my slippers. Ouch. Let's see,
Yeah, I
camera
don't know where.
on. There we go, camera on. So this was the blocks that it was sitting on last night, and then I had this wheel sitting on the blocks, and then I had all the Dr. Pepper bottles sitting between these two, and then I tied this onto where it's anchored to the 6 legs now. Can you see that very well?
Yeah, I got you up on full screen. Go ahead.
So now it's suspended, and whoops, it kind of weebles and wobbles, but you can't really tell. I guess from this angle you could. And you
All
see
right.
it's
So in
wobbling.
this current state, what is this set up to do? In this current state right here, what are we doing here?
Well, number one, I gotta go take the 100 magnets and put them back on the wheel because right now I just got the base magnets on. So there's like a big gap between here and the table. So once I put the magnets back in there, that'll fill the gap between there. And then I'll put one of those right about there. And then I'll put my switch that's activated by the magnets up here, and it'll sound like a loud bell ringing all the time. And then, and like I said, I could get run a string up to there and do the record thing with it, but I really don't intend to do the record thing with it. It was more of a just a demonstration to show it could be done.
Yeah.
Mad Max tomfoolery. The children were walking around the desert with the record, and they didn't know how to even listen to it until they met the little man that was almost up to his shoulders in pig poo because of the big bullies. And you watched that, haven't you? Beyond the
the
Thunderdome.
ori- the original
Yeah,
Mad
the
Max.
original.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
with Tina
definitely.
Turner in it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. I never watched the newer ones, but yeah. So
The new ones are
yes,
pretty
the older
good,
ones.
man. I have to say, but then not the old one, but the new one's actually pretty good. I had to watch that. And actually, one of my I like those. I guess those are like the dystopian sort of movies. So I like that.
Right.
The also another remake that is totally awesome. That is the Blade Runner 2049. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I think
That
I've
is
seen the old Blade Runner, but not the newer.
oh, you gotta watch the new one. The new one is actually pretty
I
good,
don't.
man.
I hardly watch any movies anymore.
It kind of
So
it immerses you in this futuristic sort of, like I said, dystopian sort of future that we're
right.
gonna be going into, and it is just so well done that you feel like you could like you're living in that movie in that time. It's really really good. And then what I did, because I hadn't seen Blade Runner the original, I hadn't seen it in a while, so I went ahead and went back and watched that one again, and then rewatch the new one, and it's just, dude, they Blade Runner is an awesome franchise, man. Straight up. We got a couple people out here. Let me see. I want to address a couple things. Um, Okay, Paramarv. Yeah, nice showing on the trivia a few moments ago. DB, nobody was too quick tonight. Yeah, it was Tamog Man. Tamog Man was on fire the other night. DB was just lighting it up, just quick. It's the fingers, man. It's about those fast fingers. Since and you notice since we told Derek Galloway to quit cheating using voice to text, he hasn't even placed at all in any of this. He doesn't. So his finger, maybe that's what it is. That's because he's a script. He's a bot. That's why. That makes total sense. But Paramarv also says, let's see. Okay, no, not this one. There was another one I saw. Paramore. Okay, yeah, big kudos to the social dig for pivoting and using actual YouTube chat to get a result that matches what we see. Yeah, yeah, totally. And it was never my intention to not have, I definitely wanted to make sure that that's the only fair way to do it. It has to be what you guys see. But the whole thing is like when you do shows, you're using a program, StreamYard, and they have the built-in chat, which it becomes, unless I did it like I did tonight, just have another device handy, then it makes it easy to do it that way. So yeah, it was no problem doing that. It was a must, Paramount. So we had to make sure that we did that. um Simon the
You forget the
likable.
communication lag, though.
Yeah,
Just like
yeah,
just
exactly.
like we're talking right now, YouTube isn't hindering us for another 6 seconds.
Right,
So,
right. And that's why I was.
and it gets worse the farther away you are from each other. It
But then
actually gets bigger.
Simon the likable
How-
says, yeah, Rob is doing a great job. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate you showing your appreciation and just acknowledgement, man, because it's you know I just do what I do, but then it's always great to hear somebody acknowledge that they appreciate it. So I do appreciate that comment. And we just make sure, let's go down. There were a couple I had pinned that just wanted to address real quick. And Simon Likable asked, "What's on your mind tonight, Rob?" You know what? We're gonna talk about a few things, and then what always happens is my mind just gets to going, right? And once we hit a particular thing, I didn't have anything pre-planned tonight to talk about, but whatever, we're gonna definitely talk about something. So you can kick it off, Simon. Give us some ideas on some things you want to talk about or you want to hear being talked about, and then we can that might spark it up. But let me see here. Um, let's see.
Maybe
Oh,
he's using
somebody,
sight beyond sight, Marv.
somebody, look. Sav says magnetic Maggie M80. Ooh, M80. I always wonder what the M10 was about, Maggie. Maybe you'll tell us one day. Maybe it's private. Maybe it's not. Let's see. Um, yeah, no, no. So Maggie said, I don't know if you saw this, Maggie. She said, sorry, she must have misunderstood. She thought you asked at the end of the show last night, as the stream ended, if anyone saw the blocks move. And it said, my bad. So just to, I don't know if you saw that or not. But let me see what else we have here. Um, Oh, Maggie, think you're getting another fever? Might sit this one out. This is the season. If you are sitting this one out, Maggie, we are going to miss you tonight and hope that you catch us on replay and join us again. And so I might as well say this now, right? So let me see. Because I said it during the after hours, but I just want to be clear on how this is going to work. So this is, if you're in America, this is the holiday week for Thanksgiving, which is family oriented, and my family definitely on all sides celebrates this holiday. And, it is definitely a holiday where the family does get together and do things. And then when you have, when you're dealing with your immediate family, and then you're dealing with your significant others, immediate family. Then it's visiting here and visiting there, back and forth to this place, hosting, not hosting, and it's just always a big to do during that week. So that's kind of what we're gonna be doing. And so this next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we won't be doing the call-in show just because of that, because I'll be tied up. And then also for after hours, there won't be an official live show, but there still will be two shows that I'm setting up for Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be within the after hours programming. So the thumbnails, the on screen graphics will still reflect after hours. But what we'll be using each day for it, we're picking two of the most epic episodes of Spaced Out Radio, the ones that got 30, 40,000 views. And we're going to go ahead and showcase those on that weekend. Because maybe you're with your family and maybe, you be able to get them to sit down and take a look at probably two of the best episodes ever done on Spaced Out Radio. And I'll kind of be hosting that in a way you'll see once the episodes come up. But essentially, yeah, the call-in show won't be here next weekend, but we'll be back in full force the following weekend. So the weekend of December 2nd and 3rd, we'll be right back in the saddle. But I had to do it, man, because my family is gonna destroy me if I don't, and yeah, I don't want to face the wrath. So let me see. Um, all right, let me see what else we got in here. So yeah, I hope Maggie you heard that before you left. If not, I know you'll catch it on replay and definitely feel better. Get well. Um, yeah, it says yeah, man, Atticus. I still think Smart Man is plugged into the social digs router or something. He's so quick. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, geographically, we're pretty close, though. He's Smart Man is probably what I'd say probably an hour and a half from where I'm at, maybe two, maybe. But yeah, so we're in the same general geographic location. But let me see, what else do we have? Will chat be open for those? Yeah, tomorrow, man. That's how I'm gonna set it up. So I want to set it up. I'm gonna have them set up as premieres. So that way, during the premiere, the chat will be open for both of those shows next weekend. So yes, definitely, I wanted to make sure the chat was gonna be open for sure. So yes, and Deb from Sac Rob, if you're gonna be tied up, we're gonna need your safe word, bro. Yeah, I know exactly, exactly. Exactly. And okay, yeah, we could touch that, Simon. I like that. I like that. I don't mind doing that. And then Deb from Sax says, Rob, family first. Yeah, but you guys, I don't even like to say that because you guys are family to me here. And family first. You guys are, I do put you guys ahead of a lot of stuff. And it's just because what we're doing is very important to the overall scope of to benefit everyone. So you guys are right there with all my other priorities. You got to best believe that. And I always want to make sure that that disconnect isn't there. So just I know you guys totally understand how this thing goes. And let me see. And yeah, it's Mothman saying, yep, maybe 2 hours exactly. Yep. And Maggie M10, thanks, Mr. Rob. Yeah, no problem at all. Um, yeah, look, Simon, I will expect a present at Christmas, Rob. LOL, maybe a new graphics card. Hey, okay, if it's in my budget, it's
Simon's
all
gonna send you a
good.
new graphics card for
No,
Christmas.
no,
That's nice
no.
of him.
Yeah, yeah, no. It's because we're all family, right? So we have to. You know, we have to consider what each other wants for Christmas. And yeah,
Who wants my jar of sand? Anybody want a jar of sand?
hey, everything counts. It's all about the thought. It's all about the thought. Because we're doing Thanksgiving, but then see in America, I don't know how this plays out in other countries, right? Because they don't celebrate all the same. Like Canada had their Thanksgiving last month, so
I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate Easter. I don't celebrate Hanukkah. I don't celebrate Kwanzaa. Um, am I missing any? I don't know any other holidays.
man,
Um,
yeah, it's okay though. Yeah, you don't have to celebrate the holidays because it depends on how you
I
look
don't
at it. And
I
truthfully,
don't
it's a rabbit
celebrate the
hole.
year of the rat. I don't celebrate the year of the cat. I don't celebrate the year of the goat or the ox or whatever else there is. Actually, I have a
Look,
Chinese calendar in here somewhere.
look. Tomato says all he wants for Christmas is Mariah Carey to stop singing that damn song. Yeah,
What song?
yeah. It all I want for Christmas, the one that they play every
Oh,
single year.
okay.
And
Okay.
Paramar says truth about family. Social dig, I can see the familial resemblance because Deb from Sac has a red goatee too. Oh man, funny. And yeah, so Simon wants to know exactly what does everyone want. So you got to go put together your gift list at Amazon and send Simon the link to your gift list, your wish list. And yeah, because Simon wants a RTX 490. And I know that's probably bank. I'll have to look it up. But let me
You better
see.
go ask Red Man with horns out front to deliver something by the place of fire.
there, there we go. Look, there we go. Okay. We got
Sorry.
Simon the Likeable Rob. Your feel on Greer. Not popular on SOR, but I think he deserves credit for his work all this time. Yes, he likes money, same as the rest of us. And yes, he cries too much. Your thoughts? Yeah, I could definitely talk about Greer, man. So I've done a couple shows on Greer. False flag theory was one of the episodes I did here, and also I did a show on his Disclosure Project 1.0, pretty comprehensive dive into it as we were getting ready for Disclosure Project 2.0. So I kind of went into each one of the speakers, their backgrounds, and it was actually pretty good setup. And then part two. So I put some effort into the Greer stuff that I've done. So with that being said, there are. Let me leave this up on the screen so other people know what we're talking about. So there definitely are parts of what Greer has done for sure, and I'll say this about a lot of people. Oh, did I just do that? Hold on. Damn it.
Got to do a
Okay,
Steve
so
Urkel
let
voice. Whoops,
yeah, let
did
me
I
let me
do
finish.
that?
I'll just finish without my camera. So yeah, so with Greer, I do appreciate. There's definitely things that he's done that I appreciate. Early on, and even now, I appreciate the fact that he took the time to set up the Disclosure Project 2.0. And I say that in my videos. I say, I didn't know what to expect from 2.0. It hadn't aired yet. I didn't know where he was going. But one of the things that I did say was I really hope that, it isn't all about money, and yes, it takes money to fund some of these things, but does he need to get the money from us? Why solicit the money from the UFO community, and why not try to go get a business loan or a loan from some other
Aerospace company.
outlet? Which is what I think he should do. I mean, I don't think he should be soliciting just the general public to do so. The other thing I really don't like is the paywall that he puts up for these CE5 experiences. So if there's a thing to CE5, if there's definitely a thing to CE5, then there shouldn't be a paywall behind it. It doesn't cost you anything to show someone how to do this. If you have tapped into, if you've tapped into a part of our consciousness, or you're able to enlighten the world or everyone else on how to tap into this part of your consciousness, why wouldn't you do it for free? Why does there have to be a dollar sign behind the getting the data to do so? Anyone who, these things are free, these things are free to show, and anyone who puts up a paywall to enlighten is someone that I'm totally, I mean, it's a red flag. It's a red flag. Anyone who says you have to pay for something to get something that should be given to you, it's their duty to give this to you, to show you how to do it. I wouldn't monetize if I knew a way to help enlighten you. I wouldn't monetize that. That would feel dirty. It would feel grimy to me to even consider doing that. So that's the only reason why. And in the problem I have is Greer has so much money already, and he hears this feedback. He knows that the general consensus out there is that people think that he's worried about money over really getting us to disclosure, and he just doesn't care how people think about that. He still requires that you pay for, to get access, and I just don't. I can't be down with that, and I don't think, not to, try to change anyone's mind on how they feel about Greer, but it should be something that you should look at. And like if somebody could save your life, right? And we'll just use that because someone should be willing to save your life, period, regardless of how much it might cost to do it. Someone should just be feeling that your life is valuable enough to them and to just the world that they should be willing to pull you out of that water, or whatever it takes to save your life if they have the ability to do so without putting price first. Saying, yeah, I could do it, but it's gonna cost you. If you paid 2,500, then maybe I could. But you have a lot of the rescue programs out there, which thankfully we have a lot of different rescue programs. They'll come and rescue you first, then they'll talk to you later about, you know, the some of the things that they had to go through to do so. And then I think in those situations, okay, I can understand that. But yeah, if you're gonna put a paywall in front of someone's ascension and enlightenment, something's wrong there. And there's in a lot of examples, not just with Greer, but
Your wallet.
okay, but even saying all that, right? Because what I said still stands and is still true to me. But I still appreciate what has been brought to the table by Greer. Now that's where the game changes, because if you want to look at ufology and how people are dragging down all the icons within ufology, you know, not all are grifters in that way, right? Some of them have simply done a service for this movement that we're on, and then maybe at some point down the line did something that someone didn't like. So people want to look at the thing that they did that they didn't like and then hold that thing over them. And I'm like, okay, I think for the most part, you should be looking at the good thing that the person was able to provide, like a Lou Elizondo. We'll use him for example. So, yeah, he came out. He let us all know that the government still had these programs. He let us know, that they've been reverse engineering these craft, doing all these things. All this stuff came to fruition because of Lou. So that's what I value in what Lou has brought to the table. I don't care, about the maybe he lied about this or he lied about that. I don't care about that. I can really care less about him lying because I didn't need him for that. I get the part the what he was able to provide, he's already provided. So I can kind of put Lou to the side. Once he came out and gave that information, now Lou is no longer Um, we squeezed the orange on that one, so we got what we needed as far as his movement went. And now, okay, let him go ahead and live his life, whatever he's gonna do. Okay, and then the same thing with the David Grush, right? So he comes out, he says everything that he can say or he can provide to the moment, to the movement. Okay, so once he's done that, it doesn't matter what he did after that. Okay, you want to bring up that he's done things in his past, so what? That's not what's important to the movement. So I can put him aside and let him live his life the way he wants to live his life. I just look at the when I look at the value in it, I look at what was brought forward and was it valuable? Did it help move the needle? The answer is yes. Greer is included in that. He has definitely brought things to the table that have moved the needle, and I do appreciate that part of Greer. And if it was, something like, okay, he brought, these disclosure venues to light, but then he's a bad person behind the scenes. He's just rude and he doesn't get along with. I wouldn't care about that. I'd do the same as Lou. I'd just go ahead, put him to the side, let him live his life. But he's not doing that. He's actually rude, but then he's also trying to take money from the people who are trying to get enlightened, like he's preying on those people. So that's what makes him different than a lot of the other, and that's where the grifting comes in, and where people start using the word grifter is because they're preying on the ones that want the information or that seek the knowledge, and that's kind of where it differs. But for anyone else, if it's just a character issue or anything like that, I don't care. Like, I look at the good thing that you did, that you brought to the table, and now you can go and live your life. You can do whatever you want. I would hope you would live in a positive, righteous way, but I can't make you do that. But I can still appreciate the good that you brought to the table and let you move on with your life and do whatever you're going to do in your private life. So, yeah, that's the outlook on that. And Greer, let's see what Deb from Sac says. I think I probably missed some things. I'm sitting here just talking there. Deb from Sac says, it was Greer that brought me into this community, so he's got that going for him. I was all in, not now. Yeah, and bravo to Greer, right? Because he had the Disclosure Project 1.0. This was done back in 2001, where this was really ridiculed heavily back then, and he took this and made a real thing out of it, and got a lot of eyes on the fact that this stuff was going on. He was really plugged into a lot of the channels that you should be plugged into. Greer was doing an awesome job, but it wasn't about money back then, and that's the thing. Once money, took over if you had a scale, and on one side of the scale is your well-being and your enlightenment, and then the other scale was his need to make money, then it's definitely, it's not an even situation. And that's kind of what you have to look at. Anyone who preys on financially sits there and tries to drain, like, dude, you're talking about working class people, normal people with regular jobs, and you're preying on these people to give them what you should be gifting them. You should be gifting them enlightenment. And it just doesn't, it just is is wild, because there's not a lot of people out there that are doing that in that fashion. There's just not. A lot of people have come and brought what they could bring to the table, and then they've gotten out the way. Yeah, they may have wrote a book, but that's not the same thing. I would write a book too if I was involved in some stuff and had a story to tell. That's what books are for, to do exactly that. So I don't care about the books. People like to make big deals about, he's going to get a deal. Okay, I don't care. He brought what he brought to the table, and he's not there. He's given everything that he could give. They don't claim that they have all this extra information that they're just not going to tell you unless you pay. But that's what Greer is doing, and a handful of other people that we can, I'm sure, all could point out. But That's my feeling on Greer. I like to know how other people feel about Greer. How do you feel about Greer Magneticus?
Um, yeah. Uh, what should I say without getting in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
just
it's
speak the
kind of like
truth, really.
what I say the other day. I said I would sell you my book if I didn't already give it to you for free.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right,
I mean, you know,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, that
That
that says it
that
right
that's
there.
I'm not trying to make money from this. I'm not going to say that I haven't had people in aerospace like fund me. You know what I mean? Like if I need this part or I need that part, you know what I mean? There's people that will step up to the plate and be like, "Oh, here you go." You know what I mean? Kind of like I needed hundred some magnets and I got them now. So you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
but
No, I
I'm
mean, you
really
said
not.
it without saying it.
Yeah, it's I try to give back to other people. You know what I mean? But then you kind of like look at some of the people you give money to, and you're like, should I really be giving them money or not? You know what I mean? Or should I just use
Right.
it for myself? You know what I mean?
Well, that's when it gets convoluted because if it's a grifter, the answer is no. The answer is
Right.
no. It just is exactly what it is. Let me see. Simon asked this question. Rob, can you elaborate on NSA operatives who might frequent UFO chats and YouTube channels? Your experience? Yeah, that's what I asked Doty. That's exactly what I asked Doty. I mean, because you know, that it's happening. You know for sure that it's goes. So let's just go back to the division that happened within in
You know darn well
ufology
they're
a
watching
year
us.
or so ago. Huh? Say again?
I said, you know darn well they're watching us.
Yeah, no, and they're
I
definitely
mean,
infiltrating. But and that's why I wanted to ask. That's why I did ask Doty because there are like I want to know from someone who has actually done this on behalf of the government. Like when you look today at what's going on in ufology, where can I'm sure through your lenses that you can look through, you can probably point out some things that are obvious psyop or NSA or just government infiltration. You can
look
point it out.
look at what
You can
look
sniff
at
it
what
out.
Jim said last night. Look at what Jim said last night. He said as soon as he started talking about his sighting, somebody ran up, started discrediting him. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Gaslighting him, whatever you want to call it. Oh, he's just crazy. Yeah, it's whatever. And I think I asked a question earlier too about you know, the NDE thing. And
Mm-hmm.
what percentage of NDE people have a problem with seeing paranormal activity. You
Right.
know, it was a serious question. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah.
what does it take for proof? I really didn't want to believe in ghosts, but when you got a room full of people and the person living in the house is asking you what you're looking at, and you really don't want to tell them because you're afraid they're just going to be like, oh, you're just crazy. And so you tell them about the little kid you're seeing, and they're like, you can see him? You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, I can see him. He keeps coming out to the end of the hallway and then running down the hallway, smiling the whole way, you know? So,
Right.
and so for me, that was when I finally had confirmation, that maybe I am seeing something that's there, even though other people can't see it. And I
Right.
wonder, if it involved me, from dying, because I know with other people I've talked to, I mean, before I ever, started talking on SRR, I had people that I know that had died somewhere along the way. And, they don't know where we go either. You know what I mean? It's not Earth. We know that much. We agree on that much. It's not Earth, but it's somewhere. So,
Right.
you
Exactly.
know, are,
And
are we
look,
really crazy that so many of us are that don't even know each other are telling the same story? We tell this similar story of, we don't know where he went, but it's not Earth. So
Right, and that's the thing, and that's how I know they and you would, so for someone on the outside who's not into ufology and hasn't had an experience, they would listen to that and say, "You guys are crazy. Like the government isn't wasting time
Eh,
infiltrating you guys and your wild stories. They're not doing that." But at the
Oh,
same
yes, they
time,
are.
they are
They'll run
because
around in the background. They're the ones that run around in the background discrediting you. You
because
know,
they know from their own investigations and experience that these are things that happen, and they just don't
right?
want the realization to happen that these things actually are. So, but to the people on the outside that don't believe in any of this stuff, they look at it as, you guys are crazy, you think the government is,
Right.
why you guys are really crazy. But it's not the case. And then, like Simon says here, the way they infiltrate and attack you is similar to anyone who speaks against Scientology. Shout it down and says, looking forward to that one. Simon,
Right.
I have to stop here in Magneticus, sir. I got to tell you too, because of the whole family thing this weekend. That show has to
Oh,
be
moving the
moved.
goalpost, moving the goalpost,
Moving the
moving the
goalpost,
goalpost
dude.
again.
When I thought about this all, I was like, "Damn, dude, I gotta tell them that too,
Dude,
man." Yeah.
well,
So
I was convinced you were just trying to sidestep a landmine.
no,
So,
no,
because
really,
you
no.
got to be careful with them, from what I heard. That's what I heard. You got to be careful with
No,
them.
you do, but I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
care, and that's why I'm gonna do it,
Right.
because I don't care. And there's nothing really in my past that I wouldn't already tell you that they could expose on me. So I'm not even worried about that. But no, I
Right.
have to take that show. I have it set for Friday. And I also have the call-in show set for the weekend. But this decision to for the whole family
Be out
thing,
of
and
town.
then yeah, just happened
Yeah.
within the last day or two. So that's why I have to move it. So, but the Scientology show, I already have all the data that I need to do it. So that's definitely. I'm gonna try to do it like more like Wednesday, so it isn't right up against the weekend. So the following Wednesday, guaranteed, for sure, 100%. That show is going on. We definitely are doing it, but it just won't happen on Friday. So, yeah,
It's all good.
I'm glad you said that, man. Yeah, because I don't want to seem like it's not going to happen. Like, I have everything to do it. It's just,
Right.
I'm excited to do it because I've been wanting to do that show since I put it up. Like, I really have. I went out to the Scientology Center. I drove out there.
As soon as you talked about getting caught by the outer guard, I was like, "Oop!" Or you got caught by the
It,
roof guard, one of the two. But
exactly.
it
But
sounds
no,
like
I
you got
put
approached by the outer guard. I don't even think you made it to the inner guard.
no. You
But
can't. There's no
I'll
way.
guarantee the roof guard will point you out first. So
Dude, they have cameras and not only that, they
yep,
have their private investigators that are sitting out there
yep.
too. It's
Just
a
looking in plain
network.
clothes.
It's a
Yep.
network of,
Yep.
like, dude, you to infiltrate. Like, if I was gonna really try to infiltrate, I would have to approach them as someone that was interested in Scientology, and then maybe they'll take me on the tour and allow and talk to me about the stuff inside. But even with that, there's people that have done that for years, and they will sniff you out so fast before the tour. They'll just tell you to leave because they know you're not really here, to sign up for any of that. So,
I wish my friend
but
Israel was still alive, because I'll guarantee she could tell you all sorts of stuff about them.
yeah, I mean that's
Oh,
when
man.
you get the best look because you get to get it from the inside. But unfortunately, there's no, my acting skills aren't that good to be able to pull
Right.
that one off. They would
Well,
know immediately.
it, well, it was just one of the things, she knew, like, because she lived down in Florida for a while, and she talked about how I never watched the movie, but she always talked about it. The Stepford Wives.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen
yeah,
that movie?
oh yeah.
And I don't. What is that about? Are they like being programmed by somebody else outside or something? Or oh, see, this is where I hate when other people tell me stuff and then I can't remember the full detail of what they said to me. So, but
Right.
uh, but she definitely made a lot of videos about just like going to the store and stuff, and how it was nice when she had a day when she wasn't being gang stalked, you know,
Oh yeah,
and
I've heard
other
about
weird
that. Yeah.
stuff they do. Yeah, I mean, and that's why I tried to tell my wife one time. I'm like, you're not looking for a person. You're looking for like 50 to 100 people. This is who is like watching you is 50 to 100 people. You know what I mean? There's not just a person you're looking for. It's not just a person that's going to be there every day. No, it's like a group of people that they take turns. Like, you know, one day it's going to be this person, the next day it's going to be that person, and it might change from hour to hour. You know, like I think I told you on the other night about having my tail for dinner. You know what I mean? I mean, I watched enough spy techniques that, you know, I know how to catch a tail. And like I said, I figured they're either with the Secret Service or the FBI, and because of the job I had. And I told the wife, I said, by what the guy said at the dinner table, if I was going to point my finger at an agency, I'd say the guy worked for the FBI because he made a remark about how the FBI could use guys like me. And I'm sure any of the clandestine organizations could use a guy like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. It's gonna be interesting, man. So you'll have to I'm gonna do when I do that show for the Scientology. It's gonna be in just normal show format. So we'll
Right.
be doing that just during the day. And but
Yeah, I
but
kind of miss those ones. I miss the old
yeah,
format.
yeah. Me too, man. I really
But
do. That's why I
but I
can't.
mean, just hanging out with you on the weekend is like it wears
Yeah,
me out. I'm not gonna lie.
no,
And then
dude.
I'm up until like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Look, tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. I'd have never thought I was saying. Then I'd be saying I'm streaming on 7
Right.
hours, 7 hours. I'd have never
Well, to
thought
think a
I'd been able
decade
to do that.
ago, I was turning down Art Bell to be on the air. So, you know, and here I am. I finally emerged out of my shell enough to, you know, go, okay, well, maybe not everybody's going to try to kill me, but there's a few out there that would, you know,
Yeah,
especially if I talk about making synthetic gold and hydrogen gas. And yeah, I don't know why they don't like people to know about using hydrogen gas for fuel, but I mean, it's kind of dangerous, but, you know, so it's crossing the street.
right. Yeah, it's just more combustible, right? Or
It's more of the so if anybody was watching earlier and you seen me stroking this pipe here, I wasn't trying to make any kind of sexual gesture, but if you watch the string right here, it's attracted to the pipe now because I'm rubbing it.
oh yeah,
And if
yeah,
I
yeah.
just so, and I try to tell people that once I put the bottle here and I get this wheel spinning with these ropes rubbing on a bottle, it's gonna start producing a lot of static electricity. Because I always think about Edward Lee Scullin at the Coral Castle. He asks you two questions. One is how do you make magnets without electricity, and how do you make electricity without magnets?
Right.
So you know, and you kind of got to like figure out how to do both. And I keep waiting for myself to touch something because I can like right now. Well, not right now, but I could get it to where I was feeling the static charge on these pipes about that far away. So what do you
Tamadman says he was approached by that agency once. That was fun. What agency are you talking about,
Oh,
Tamadman?
the FBI or the Secret Service
Oh, because they're either one. I
in plain
always
clothes.
regret.
I mean, there's undercover agents. They'll sit there and stand on the side of the hydrant trying to hitch a ride just to see who'll pick them up. You
Oh, is
never
that
know.
right?
Oh yeah, my friend picked up a
Oh, the
hitchhiker
first
once,
one,
and
FBI.
what was that?
I said he said the first one, so I guess that's the FBI.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah, man. I always,
But when
dread
you're around as much
that.
money as I was, you know, you're gonna have the FBI and Secret Service watching you just to make sure you're not making plans to rob the bank after hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it doesn't help when you make smart remarks like, we could clean out the vault and make a clean getaway, you know, because we were hired to clean the bank. You know what I mean?
right.
I- You can't make jokes like that. They take them very, very serious. So, yeah.
Okay, they were investigating his neighbor. Okay,
Oh, yeah, I've had them come in to do that one before too when I was doing apartment maintenance. Yeah,
dude,
yeah, yeah.
I
They
don't
will
even
come in,
want
they
to
will tell
talk to
you
those
not to
dudes.
say anything about what they're asking you, telling you. You can't, yeah. They just want to know information about them, like you see any activity, what kind of activity are you seeing? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff they ask you to spy on your neighbors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with Lovey Love, man. Most of us have been on that watch list for a while, radical or not. Yeah, I agree with that, Lovey Love. I really do because they have trigger words, right? For phone calls and just different words. I had the list. Actually, I'm gonna bring it up. That's what I'm gonna do. Cause
Tuesday
why
looks like
not?
a good day for a bike ride, Rob.
Uh oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Is
Tuesday looks
that?
like a good day for a bike ride. Better check the weather on that one. Oh, yeah,
I had
yeah.
the list. Let me see. I'm gonna find it too. This is back closer to when things are still weird around the whole 9/11, and they had back when they first admitted that they were essentially recording every call, and they had. Let me see. I'm gonna
Simon
have to
got what I
find
was
them.
saying.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Yeah, that's that code stuff right there. Let me see.
Captain Cool code words. Gotta know your lingo, gringo.
Innocent
Ugh.
keywords. Let me see. There were some random ones on here too. These are
LARPing. LARPing is one of their keywords. LARPing is a keyword. That's a trigger word. LARPing. Live action role playing.
oh my god. So here we go. Am I going to be? Let's see. So I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna just say the name. I don't care, man. I don't care. Well, I'm not into nothing, so I'm just gonna say it.
Right?
Let me just bring it up too on screen, just so everyone can see it for themselves. Let me
Bird's the
see.
word.
I'm just gonna bring it up, and this is this is gonna be. I believe this is probably the same list that I read, because it's from 2013. So that sounds about right about the time that I had come across it myself. So let me see.
Do, 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 do.
Okay.
Oh, I fell over.
And all right. Because remember, you got to send it from here to send it over there. And so let me go ahead and bring it up here.
Need 10 computers just to get something done. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I try not to do everything on one computer, anyways. I just try not to, man, because first thing they want to do is come in and confiscate your. Let's see.
CDs in the microwave. That's all I can say. CDs in the microwave. About 5 seconds, maybe 10. Good
Yeah,
luck
so I
reading that.
wonder if I'm getting. That's
That's
another
right,
thing.
love. Bird is
Because
the word.
I have my name out there, so I wonder if people are catfish or social engineering. So if I don't know you're sending me an email, I'm not opening it. So let me see.
What Paramar say? Oh, like button. That's hard to do in StreamYard.
So somebody, okay, I'm gonna bring this up here. share this screen. All right, here it goes. So this is a list
What are we
here.
looking at?
Let me make it bigger.
Microprint.
I know, yeah. And it's not
Oh, it's gonna be
necessarily for
microprint for
everybody
me.
to read because I'll read some of them myself and then see how long it takes the stream to get shut down. Uh, once I start reading
Oh,
these, I guess.
you're trying to do it.
No,
You're
I.
worried about me playing a record with a $5 bill, and
No, I don't
here you
think that
are,
they
like,
would, but it would be crazy if they did because none of these are against YouTube terms.
you realize
So,
Karen is listening, right? Karen is
right.
listening over in Greenland, so go ahead, you start saying them, and if I have to, I'm gonna print it. I don't know you. I'll be like, I don't know nothing about this guy. I just
Somebody
met him
put this in the
online.
chat,
He seemed
guys.
like a nice guy. I don't know.
Here we go. So some of the ones that are, I'm gonna read the ones that are sound ridiculous to be there. The other ones, I don't know what the hell they are, and I am not going to. I might be saying
Yeah,
some
don't
old
meddle
top.
with things you don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like
I'm
Iron
only gonna
Maiden
read
said
the
backwards.
ones that are just like, why would this be on here, right? So, okay, so Flame, Flame is one.
Oh, I know
Um,
what that one is.
Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny is
Yep.
one.
Yep.
Um, Secure. Let's see. Just gonna read ones that are just normal, man.
You know why the Bugs Bunny is on there?
Why?
Yosemite. Yosemite Sam. Look up this Yosemite Sam
Okay.
transmission, and you
Okay.
understand Bugs Bunny, because I'm gonna get you, varmint. I'm gonna get you, varmint.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's what the Bugs Bunny
Um,
about.
let me see.
Rabbit
Fake,
ears.
Mafia, Wipeout, Tomlinson. Oh, listen, this one's on the list. This is from 2013. Ufologico Nazionale. Nazionale. So, ufology, national ufology. I guess this is in Spanish, potentially. Ufologico Nazionale. So that is on the list, which is wild. When just because I didn't, obviously back then I didn't pay attention to that. Oh, that's Italian. Okay. Well, you basically national ufology
Can I explain
is
Karen
on
to
their
your chat
list.
audience? Can I explain
So,
Karen to your chat? Can I explain Karen to the chat audience? Because some don't seem to understand Karen is nothing more than a robot, and it's a
okay.
SpongeBob SquarePants on Nickelodeon reference.
Okay, yeah,
Karen
go ahead.
is Plankton's robotic wife. That's where the name Karen comes from. Stop being a Karen. The Karen is triggered by all sorts of those words. All you have to do is say them, type them, whatever, and you can make complete gibberish out of a bunch of those words, and they'll be all over you for somebody needs a paycheck. They ain't got nothing better to do than watch other people and get paid for it. You know.
Okay. There you go.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Oh, let me read this Paramore. Let me see. So, remember watching Extraordinary about Stan Romanek. At one point, it shows his computer acting weird, doing things he wasn't doing. He said it was hacked. And then a year or two later, he goes down for adult material, but with non-adult. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, and that's what I said. Because as we're talking here, and maybe it was one of you guys, but if not, then we need to be clear right now. But someone sent me an email, and maybe it's one of you guys. And if it is, say it now. But I don't know that it would be. Um, and this email um, just says test. It has a name of a person, but says test, and I'm not opening that shit. So I don't know who it is who sent that email. But if you don't tell me who you are, and I'm not opening that shit, And
I put my name in the header or whatever it's called. Oh,
no, this is
the subject line
I
or
don't want to put
whatever.
the because if it's just a person sending it to me that's right here with us and it's an innocent thing, then I want to put their name out there if they're just trying to send me something. But I'm not opening that thing because um, first of all, here's the part that I don't like about it. So it has
Oh
the
hell no!
person's
I
name. It
gotta
has
look
the
at that
person's name
screenshot.
right where the name is supposed to be. Then in the subject is test, and then it says this is a test sent from Yahoo Mail on Android. Who uses Yahoo Mail?
I do.
Do you?
Yeah, I have like 1,000 accounts on Yahoo.
Yeah, I'm not touching that though, man. This isn't you, right? Because no, I know you
Oh
because I
no,
got your
no,
emails.
no, no.
Yeah, that's not
I
you.
told you I put my name up in my chat name up in the subject line or whatever that top little line is.
So
I'm like, this is me.
it could
And,
be
and, and you know the letter and numbers associated with me. So if you ever got an email from Hotmail or Yahoo or it might actually be me, but it has to be that combination of letter with numbers. You know what I mean? It's not going to
yeah.
be,
Well,
if it was, yeah,
I'm only
yeah,
giving it to a couple people, and they email me right away. And here's the other part to that. I think it was in a chat once. I think I put it in a chat on one of the shows we did where I had somebody send me something. So I don't know who that is. I'm not testing that. I think it's a Trojan or something like that. They're gonna
right. Never
try to
know.
get into the computer and do exactly what Paramarv just said. Try to access computer, put all type of weird stuff on here, and then get my computer flagged or something, and I have some stuff on here that's not
Right.
supposed to be there. So I ain't opening that. Yeah. So okay. So all right. So moving on, because if you're doing that, that means we're touching some things that people shouldn't or don't like us touching, and that we're just still gonna
I
do
usually
that.
know
So
that if I talk to you on the phone and our phone call gets disconnected and neither one of us can call each other back for 5 minutes. And then
yeah,
that's when I tell people when I have private conversations and that happens, I'm just like, if that happens, when we're able to talk to each other again, just start talking about whatever the weather is outside, because they're not going to care about what the Weather Channel is reporting
so
currently. You know
I'm
what I
gonna
mean?
tell Maggie it was sent 13 minutes ago. I received it 13 minutes ago. As we're sitting here talking about what we were talking about 13 minutes ago. So at 10 after the hour is when it came into my email, and it could be a rando, but I don't trust it. I'm definitely not opening it. I don't want nothing to do with it, and I think it's probably like a phishing attempt or something like that. But definitely not anything I want anything to do with. So, but I'm gonna keep reading these words, right? Because yeah,
Yeah.
you said you can open it, just don't open any attachments. I've been watching some stuff where
Oh,
they
you'd be
can get
surprised.
access as soon as you just open the email. Like you don't even have to click on anything nowadays. That they have this service that they use that
Because
is
once you touch the email, once you've actually touched the email, it goes back to the sender reporting that you actually opened the email, and then it tells the person where the email was opened from and all that good gobbledygook. It's
yeah,
too
I
much to think
agree.
about.
Love you, love. I'm
So that's
blocking
why
that
it's just
thing,
kind of
dude.
like I'm like,
I'm
you have
sorry.
no idea how many times I'm
Yeah,
just ready to pick my phone, throw it off in the ocean somewhere, and never buy another one. You know what I mean? So.
yeah. The this one. So that's a good question, Paris. So I actually because I had to send myself the link, but that happened 4 minutes before I had brought it up. But so whatever we were talking about right before I talked about NSA. So and I think it was FBI is what we were talking about. So yeah, I probably don't want nothing to do with that email. So not opening it. And then truthfully, I'm probably gonna have to Yeah, Cowboys Five Rings, welcome, man. Appreciate you coming in. You came right in the middle of some mess, man. We don't know what's going on here. We infiltrated or we being looked at, we don't know. But we're
Yeah.
on here reading some of the red flag words that the NSA
Is
has put out
Echelon on
there.
there? Is
And so,
Echelon on the list?
I'm go see that's one of the ones I know it's on here somewhere. But we just
I was
found
gonna
out that national
say, search.
UFO or ufology is one of the terms on here that is a flag word, and it's just wild that that's on the list because we know that this stuff is real, and it just so happens to be one of the keywords that was put on here 10 years ago. But they have kernel, domestic disruption. Uh, let's see, M14. Um, Argus,
M14.
enemy of the
Oh, that's
state.
a rifle, isn't it? Isn't
I
that a
think
rifle?
so. I think
Okay.
so. Rapid reaction, Dateline, Baldwin, Tyrell. Let's
Why
see,
you gotta call me Tyrell?
sniper, right? Sniper, steak knife, high security, security evaluation, electronic surveillance, MI-17, ISR,
MI-17.
counterterrorism, real spies, eavesdropping, debugging, interception, Amherst, broadside, Capricorn, Guppy,
Are you for
sub
flipping real? You can't go to the pet
submiss,
store and say guppy? Really?
uh, submiss, Tekka, Captain. Uh, let's
Is
see,
caterpillar on there?
Tony, Tony Poe, MJ12, Jason, Society, Mong, Magic, or Magic, Evil, Tax, Bootleg, Juarez, Red Noise, Mind War, Nail Bomb, Paperclip, Chatter, MK Ultra, MK Delta,
Grill
Bluebird,
flame.
MK
Grill flame.
Naomi, White Yankee, MK Search, Adriatic, Goldman, Ionosphere, Mole, Keyhole, Badger, Artichoke, Emerson, Quarter,
Wow. They
Cornflower,
pretty much are gonna tag
Daisy,
you
Egret,
anything.
Iris, Jasmine, Julie, Vanille, Sphinx, Stephanie, Reflection, Spoke, Talent, Trump, FX, FXR, Covert Video, Lockpicking, Beyond Hope, Competitor, Pathfinder, SEAL Team 3, Executive, Event Security, Stakeout, Ninja, Oscar, Terrara, I can't even say it, Cosmos 2224, Hit Words, VBS, Lucan Baden, Number Key, Zimmerwald, um, GRS, AGT, Type 1, Type 2, um,
Diabetics. Targeted.
Merlin,
The
NTT,
magician.
TIE Fighter, Cable and Wireless, Embassy,
Comcast user.
ETA, Porno, Fax, Finks, Fax Encryption, White Noise, Forecast, Import Rain, Tiger, Buzzer, Pink Noise, Top Secret, Mossberg, Macintosh Security, Macintosh Internet Security, Unix Security, Sweep, Medco, Sweeping, Harvard, Satellite Imagery, Force, Cyberpunks, Coderpunks, Remailers, Replay, Redheads, Explicit, RX7, Flame, J9, Porn Stars,
See, Flame was on
ADN,
there again.
Playboy, Anonymous, W, Codes, Nuclear 20, Subversives, Slip, Toad, Fish, Data Havens, um, Blowfish, Gorlick, Glock, Fort Meade, NSWT, Press Release, Indigo, Wire Transfer, eCash, Bubba the Love Sponge, Enforcers,
Baba. Yeah.
Digicash, Zip, SWAT, Black Med Net, Supercomputer, Bullion, Propaganda, Satellite Phones, South Africa,
So pretty much any word in the dictionary is going to get you flagged.
pretty much. FBI,
Yeah.
Stanley, Panama, Fissionable, Sears Tower, Delta Force. Um, Let me just see. Lady Love. These are just Chameleon Man, Sardine. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. Bubba the Love Sponge. Yeah. That's code in the prison system.
NASMAC, right. NASMAC nuclear chemical spill, suspicious package device, toxic national laboratory, nuclear facility, nuclear threat, cloud plume, radiation, radioactive. Let's see. Yeah, there's like a whole. It says that list is from 2001 and it was posted in 2011. And it's a lot more than that. It's just way more words than you would
It's
even understand
ridiculous.
are on there.
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous when you think about it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. And I sit there and think how many of those words I sit there and say all the time, and you wonder why. I wonder if you're even getting my messages. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
sometimes sometimes I get this like it says delivery report or whatever, but most of the time I have no idea if you even got my message. So that's why I'm just kind of like, should I send it or not send it?
Look, I'm
You
going to
know?
read you this. I'm going to read you this here.
Uh,
This is from sovereignman.com. This was article put out May 31st, 2012. And just says one of the, let's see, one of the breakout stand up routines from the late great George Carlin in his 1972 monologue, 7 words you can never say on television. In the presence of polite company, I shall not repeat them, but rest assured the routine is still hilarious to this day. I wish I could say the same about the Department of Homeland Security. I wish I could say this is all a big joke, that all government's 377 words you can never use online is just some stupid comedy routine, but it's not, and you just can't make this stuff up. After vigorous resistance, the Department of Homeland Security was finally forced into releasing its 2011's Analyst Desktop Binder. It's a manual of sorts teaching all the stormtroopers who monitor our internet activity all day which keywords to look for. Facebook, aka the U.S. government's Domestic Intelligence Center, is the primary target for this monitoring, though it's become clear so many times before that various departments, including the NSA and FBI, are monitoring online activity ranging from search terms to emails. Domestic spying is typically denied in public and swept under the rug. After all, its legality has always been questionable, if not entirely unconstitutional. Yet, month after month, it seems, there is new legislation introduced to deprive internet users of their privacy and make the open collection of data a natural part of the online landscape. Homeland Security's keyword hot list is really no surprise. They're just the ones to get caught. So now we know at least what these goons are looking for, sort of. According to the manual, DHS breaks down its monitoring into a whopping 14 categories ranging from health to fire to terrorism. It's a testament to how bloated the department's scope has become. Afterwards, there is a list of 377 of the key terms to monitor, which of most of which are completely innocuous. exercise, cloud, leak, sick, organization, port, bridge, smart, Tucson, Target, China, social media. Curiously, in its critical information requirements, the manual decrees that an analyst should also catalog items which may reflect adversely on DHS and response activities. Absolutely unreal. Big Brother is not just watching, he's digging, searching, reading, monitoring, and archiving and judging too. Have you hit your breaking point? So, complete list of DHS monitoring keywords. So, keep in mind the ones we just went over were NSA. So, this is DHS. DHS shows they're monitoring these keywords online, apparently, as of this article in 2012. Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, FEMA, Coast Guard, USCG, Custom and Border Protection, CBP, Border Patrol, Secret Service, National Operations Center, Homeland Defense, Immigrations Custom Enforcement, Agent Task Force, Central Intelligence Agency, Fusion Center, Drug Enforcement Agency, Secure Border Initiative, Federal Bureau of Investigations, excuse me, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, Federal Air Marshal Services, Transportation Security Administration, Air Marshal, Federal Aviation Administration, National Guard, Red Cross, United Nations, Assassination, Attack, Domestic Security, Drill, Exercise, Cops, Law Enforcement Authorities, Disaster Assistance, Disaster Management, DNDO is Domestic Nuclear Detection Office, National Preparedness, Mitigation, Prevent, Response, Recovery, Dirty Bomb, Domestic Nuclear Detection, Emergency Management, Emergency Response, First Responder, Homeland Security, Maritime Domain Awareness, National Preparedness Initiative, Militia Shooting, Shots Fired, Evacuation, Deaths, Hostage, Explosion, Police, Disaster Medical Assistance Team, Organized Crime, Gangs, National Security, State of Emergency, Security, Breach, Threat, Standoff, SWAT, Screening, Lockdown, Bomb, Crash, Looting, Riot, Emergency, Landing, Pipe Bomb, Incident, Facility, Hazmat, Nuclear, Chemical Spill, Suspicious Package, Toxic, National Laboratory, Nuclear Facility, Nuclear Threat, Cloud, Plume, Radiation, Radioactive, Leak, Biological Infection, Chemical Burn, Biological, Epidemic, Hazard, Hazardous Material, Incident, Industrial Spill, Infection, Powder, Gas, Spillover, Anthrax, Blister Agent, Chemical Agent, Exposure, Burn, Nerve Agent, Ricin, Sarin, North Korea outbreak, contamination, exposure, virus, evacuation, bacteria, recall, Ebola, food poisoning, foot and mouth, H5N1, avian, flu, salmonella, smallpox, plague, human to human, human to animal, influenza, Center for Disease Control, Drug Administration, public health, toxic agro, terror, tuberculosis, agriculture, listeria symptoms, mutation, resistance, antiviral wave, pandemic, infection, water slash airborne, sick, swine, pork strain, quarantine, H1N1, vaccine, Tamiflu, norovirus epidemic, World Health Organization, viral hemorrhagic, hemorrhagic fear, E. coli, infrastructure security, airport, CIKR, critical infrastructure and key resources, Amtrak, collapse, computer infrastructure, communications infrastructure, telecommunications, critical infrastructure, national infrastructure, metro, airplane, chemical fire, subway, BART, MARTA, police authority, grid, power,
Trying to get
smart,
us in a
body
whole lot
scanner,
of trouble, aren't you?
electric, failure or outage, blackout, brownout, port, dock, bridge, canceled, delays, service disruption, power lines, drug cartel, violence, gang, drugs, narcotics, cocaine, marijuana, heroin, border, Mexico cartel, Southwest, Juarez, Sinaloa, Tijuana, Torreon, Yuma, Tucson, decapitated, U.S. consulate, El Paso, Fort Hancock, San Diego, Ciudad Juarez, Nogales, Sonora, Colombia, MS-13, drug war, Mexican army, methamphetamine, cartel de Golfo, Gulf cartel, La Familia, Reynosa, Nueva Leon, Narcos, Narcos Banners, Los Zetas, Shootout, Execution, Gunfight, Trafficking, Kidnap, Calderon. This is crazy. These are all any of these words. Any of these
Common,
words.
common words, common
Snow,
words.
blizzard, sleet, erosion, power outage, brownout, warning, lightning, relief, closure, interstate, malware, virus, Trojan, keylogger, cyber command, spammer, phishing, rootkit, freaking, Cain and Abel, brute forcing, cyber attack, hacker, China, worms, scammers, social media. That is insane. So essentially, it's not. It's just saying they can listen to whatever the fuck you're saying,
One,
pretty much.
because there's so many vague words, just like who just said it? Somebody just said it. I don't know. But Simon had a good point that, it is the bots. I used to think it was somebody listening to my phone calls. I really did. I
Oh
used to think
man.
somebody was like so bored they had nothing better to do than listen to my phone calls. And then one time I had one friend who was like, what am I doing that I'm getting all this attention being followed and what have you? And I'm like, I don't know. And then I think I talked about no, maybe it was on Susie B's channel that I talked about Ridgeway and the Green River. You know what I mean?
Right.
Ring any bells? You know about Ridgeway and the
Ridgeway.
Green River?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Green River Killer.
Killer. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I just happened to be homeless at the time. And guess where I was sleeping? Along the Green River. Guess who
Dude.
was a suspect just because they were sleeping along the Green River?
Dude.
Yep, yep. That's what I finally figured out. And then another
So
friend, he lived in the neighborhood that Ridgeway was in. So, yeah.
nah, Brown
Wasn't
Door
me.
Tacos wasn't on there, but it might as well been.
Tacos, tacos, tacos,
Tacos might as well
tacos.
been on there because they had
Taco
every other
Bell,
thing left.
Taco Bell is a
Look,
big red flag word. Anybody that
S-
uses Taco Bell, they must be one of those. Can't say
look.
that word.
Simon says. Simon the likable says. Rob, you will do 500 years for all these words, and then turn around and says, "Well, 400 if I'm a character witness." Okay, look, it was on a live stream, right? So I didn't do anything wrong. I just read a list. It was available online. As long as I haven't entered any of these search terms, we should be good to go. But it just, I mean, and this is
Did
apparently,
you notice? Did you notice how many words on your first list were all connected to the CIA mind control programs?
yeah, that was the NSA list, the National
No, it,
Security.
it was it was an NSA list, but you were saying things like flame and grill
Yeah.
flame. You know what I mean? Or said grill flame when you said flame twice in the list. The flame had and that's why I was like when you're going through the list, you can actually look for the words by using I don't know how your browser works, but there's somewhere you can search the web page for a word, and then you can just type it in there, and I'll guarantee you'll find flame a few times. So
Look, I don't
because
know if the,
Grill Flame was after Artichoke. You had MK Ultra, Artichoke, and then there was Grill Flame, Stargate, and
MJ12
Stargate.
was on there.
Well, Stargate was when they ended the public. They're not going to tell you about it anymore after that. But they were still doing things like on people like me. So it's
Paramore
all good.
said, didn't do anything wrong, question mark. You just made us all co-conspirators. Look, D Worm and D Worm. I don't know if you're reading this late, if you're watching this behind, but he put a test on here, right? So yeah, and going back to that email, man. So let me see. Yeah, hey, you know what I do? I take the hit for the team, man. It's all about the team, man. It's all about the family. So you guys just write me, man, to make sure the care packages are looking right, and I'll
So
take the fall for us all, man.
so
Let's,
years ago, right? Like I said earlier, I don't celebrate the holidays, but so years ago, somebody left some Christmas packages on the front door, and the wife and the kids were, I don't remember where they went, but they went somewhere besides here. So I'm just sitting here sleeping on the couch, and I thought I heard somebody knocking on the door. So I go and look out the peephole, and I don't see anybody out there. But then I seen something down in the bottom corner. So I crack the door open. I see the packages there. I go and slam the door real quick because I'm not sure what these packages are. I go inside, grab a broomstick. I start poking the packages with the broomstick while standing behind the steel door, wondering if I'm going to get pressed into the wall. So I
Yeah.
told I let it be known that whoever was playing Secret Santa to, make sure you just don't leave them there because I'm going to get spooked. And because I did have somebody leave me something in my path not long ago. I'll probably get in trouble for showing this, but I don't care. My friend at CID knows where I found this. So,
Yeah.
are you
Bring
ready to
that while
see?
you're bringing that up. While
You
you're
ready
bringing
to see
that
the
up,
great reveal?
Lovey Love says somebody's knocking. Should I let him in? Probably not, Lovey Love. Probably not. Might be a bad idea. Go ahead.
Should I
You're
share
on
that with the
screen now.
crowd? You know what that
Yeah,
looks like? You know
dude.
what
I
that
know
looks like?
exactly what that looks like, dude.
Well, you know where I found it at, right? You know where I found it? Next to a pool. Now, next to a pool, are you going to think that or are you going to think a pool toy? You're going to think a pool toy.
I don't know, man. Pool toy. I
It
never seen a pool toy look like that.
You never seen it. We never seen, if you weight it, it'll sink right to the bottom. I thought it was a pool toy until I did this number right here and looked down in
Holy
here.
crap! Now we're going down.
And there was two notes in here. One was signed the Garza family. I don't know who the Garza family is. The other one was a note about Specialist Jones killed in Iraq by something like this, and how he was a really good guy and how people missed him and da 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 da. And I haven't been able to find the notes for a long time, but I did make a video when I found this.
You
And
might want to
actually,
get rid of that.
no, like I said, my neighbor, that's CID, Criminal Investigation Division for the Army, is
Mm-hmm.
fully aware that I found this. I documented when I found this,
Okay.
and and since somebody likes to used it as a message in a bottle, I've kept it because whoever made it went to a lot of work to do a nice carrier for a message. So if I ever need my safe papers, waterproof and in a safe place, that's what I'm going to use.
It looks like the base of a lightsaber, though, kind of too. It's
Well,
like you
I'll
hit the
tell you,
button and a
my
lightsaber
neighbor
comes
at
out.
CID, my neighbor at CID was not pleased with me when he found out I picked it up, and I told him I
Yeah.
was just like I thought it was a pool toy. It was
Yeah.
right
Yeah.
next to
Yeah.
the pool, and it wasn't until the owner of the pool said, "I don't know what that is. I don't know where it came from," and then that's when it was like, "What's inside of here?" And then I was like, "Oh, maybe I found somebody's airmail." You know what I mean? And I was
Yeah.
gonna find some narcotics or something in there, and nope, it was a scary little note in there. So
Scary
yeah,
note, and yeah. So what's the moral of the story? Don't pick things up that look like that.
don't pick things up that look like that. Get a hold of the authorities and
Yeah.
let them know that and you're gonna be a suspect just because of the fact you reported it. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is just, as soon as you report it, you become a suspect. Just kind of like I was sleeping along the Green River. I'm a suspect. I'm in the right place at the right time. Doesn't mean, and that's what I worried about a long time was, they can't figure out who this guy is, so they're just going to pick me up because I was in the right place at the right time. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
dude. Ooh, that's wild, Magneticus. Ooh, jeez,
and
dude.
and
Especially finding that on the
2000,
inside. Yeah. Ooh.
and then 2013, I got told to watch my six, and the next thing you know, I'm getting hit from behind at like 40 miles an hour. Like the guy hit the car so hard, the rearview mirror landed in the back seat.
Damn.
Can you know how much force it takes to pull a rearview mirror off the mirror or the window, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was in the back seat. That's how much force he hit me with. And I was literally spooked for a while. Like I wouldn't drive anywhere.
Trying to
You know, I wouldn't
disappear
drive
you
alone.
or get your
Huh?
attention? What do you think? Trying to disappear you or get your attention?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you is I've got threats before, just like Art Bell was getting threats, you know, before he went off the air. He was
Mm,
getting death threats. They were threatening his family, you know, and just doing all sorts of crazy stuff, you know. So when Dave's talking about having gnomes in his yard, you know, it's like, does he have gnomes or does he just have stalkers and he calls them gnomes? You know what I mean?
mm,
So, you know, leaving them
mm.
gifts or whatever, you know. So, yeah, I've become,
Wow.
I've been a recluse for years. It's just the last couple of years I started coming out on my show because I'm just tired of like
Well,
not being
we
able to talk to anybody, you know?
there we go, man. There we go. That's a great segue, man. Great segue. You couldn't have done it, planned it any better, man. Great. I'm glad you did that. You are now coming out, man, because you're providing stuff that like keeping this stuff bottled up, man. This is stuff that we need, man. It's been valuable to a lot of people. So your projects you've been working on by yourself and then being able to bring those to the public, a lot of you see the appreciation of people and the views that you get on those videos and stuff, like, man, like it all, like
Right.
it's a good thing that you found
I
that
mean, a lot of people don't see my stuff, but you know, the few that do, you know, I get a lot of people who give me positive input. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
exactly. And that's what
like I'm
I'm
looking
seeing.
at something and I can't think of the name. Kind of like with you last night was Astro Skeleton Clocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
You knew what it was, but you didn't know what it was called. And it's hard to
exactly.
look for something when you don't know what it's called. You know, just like for me, guitar machine heads. You know, I didn't know they were called machine heads. I just called them tuner knobbers. You know, but they're
What's
not called tuner knobbers.
put your
You know,
put your link in the private chat real quick, and then
for
so I
what?
can post the link.
Oh,
Your
to my
channel.
YouTube?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. If I disappear, I'll be back.
yeah,
Sometimes StreamYard, when I minimize the browser, it cuts the stream.
yeah, yeah. Go ahead and do that, man, so I could throw
Yeah,
that up
I
in
still hear
there.
you talking, so I'm still connected. Good, 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 good. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Come on, internet. I was trying to stream your live stream. Your channel. Where is it? Do, do, do. That one. Yeah, there it goes.
Once we sue SU, what is that, Simon? Once we,
Well,
I got the rest, but what is SU?
did he mean like SUS, which is sus?
Maybe it's abbreviation for something. Once we,
We are all once we SU, we all. Yeah, that is a weird statement. Machine has. Oh, wait a minute. Where am I? Okay, this is
feeling
where I
once
got
he
state.
tells us, we're gonna know exactly what he was saying.
And I can take out the tracking token. Don't need the tracking token. Do 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 do. There we go.
All right. Okay.
Took out the
Right
tracking
here.
token.
Let me see. Copy that.
I bet you didn't know that SI was a tracking token until I told you last night.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it had something to do with at least the
Analytics.
identifying like a particular data within a video. Usually, like the like a you send someone a stop and start point for a video,
Right.
and it's encoded in that. So I knew it was something along those lines, but let me see. Hold on, they keep yeah. I don't know why. Okay, that opens a new tab. Let me get that. I don't know why that's on there.
Well, opens a new tab.
It's because I copied it. That's why instead of copying link. Okay, there it is. Here you go.
No.
This one works, Simon. So yeah, so that's a great way to bring it back. Yeah, because everybody. Yeah, I mean,
And people have no idea how many videos I deleted because I was getting threatened with lawsuits, because if one of your audience members tried to do what I was doing and got electrified and
Mm.
died, it'd be my fault apparently. But
Well, that too. I think you have to put the "Do not try
yeah,
this at
well,
home."
you would think when you open up the microwave, you would see the warning label a half a dozen times that says, "This may kill you. This may kill you." Do I really have to tell you when you open up a microwave that it may kill you? It's all over the microwave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I guess I got to put it on there too, or something. And I think that was when they started doing their whatever, where you got to mark it if it's safe for kids or whatever. I didn't even have the option, you know what I mean, from my platform that I was looking at it, to even mark them as safe for kids or not safe for kids or only over 18 or whatever it is, three
Good,
options.
good night, Jessica S. Have a great night. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, me too, Deb. Me too. I'm happy Man Etiquette has overcome his shyness as well. And
It wasn't shyness. It was death threats. I mean, when you
well,
got
his
people threatening your life,
reclusivity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
it, it
more appropriate. Yeah.
it's
But
like,
that you have come out essentially. Let's just say that you have come back
so if other
around.
people are like, they don't want to talk and and yeah, the last thing I need to hear is over and over about how this person just kind of showed up missing, or this person showed up missing, or this person was found on the end of a rope. You know what I mean? Because that one makes me think of Judas, because I think Jesus put Judas up to turn them in. You know what I mean? Just to fulfill the prophecy. You know what I
All
mean?
right, light walkers. Thank you for coming tonight. We will see you later as well. Thanks for joining us. Be back in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know I'm going to be just itching to come back sooner than that, man. But, oh,
Yeah, when you're
when you,
away, you're away.
it's the family, man. It's the family, man.
Well, at least you got family.
There you go.
You
And I'm
don't even
grateful
want to know
too.
the dirty. You don't even want to know the dirty my family did to me last year.
Good night,
Do you
Deb
want
from SAC.
you want to hear the dirty that got done to me last year
What
by my
happened?
family? So apparently, I had this 27-year-old girl claiming to be my daughter, looking for me, right? So she, according to her little DNA test, she was related to my aunt. So my aunt got in contact with my mom because my mom is the only one that has any boys, right? And
Night
so for
smoker.
3 weeks, my mom told this girl she had no idea where to find me, didn't know where I was or anything else. So apparently, my daughter went to other people and other people and other people trying to find me, right? And then I eventually get a message from my niece, and I thought it was about something completely different. And then she was like, "There's some girl claiming to be your daughter." And when she said the first name, I was like, "Oh," and then filled in the rest of the information, and so she kind of had an idea that I probably know who this person is. So next thing I know, I'm hearing about how my mom was being dishonest with her, and God knows what else she told her. And then so I'd been talking to the daughter for a couple of days because of my niece reaching out to me, and uh, and then like a few days after I'd been talking to the daughter, my mom just shows up at my door out of the blue, and right in front of my brother and his wife and her new husband number 10 or 15 or something, I don't even know anymore. And she like leans over like she's got a secret to tell me, and she goes, "I got something to tell you." So I turned on my phone, I went to my gallery of pictures, and I showed my mom a picture of the girl claiming to be my daughter. I said, "Are you wanting to tell me about this?" And she's like, "Oh, how'd you find out?" And you know how hard it was to just sit there and smile and not say, "Well, you got such a big mouth, woman. You told everybody but me." And somebody reached out to me and said, "I don't think what your mom is doing to you, Greg, is very good. You know what I mean? Now y'all know what,
Mm,
but you know what I mean.
yeah, man. It's a family dynamic can be tough sometimes, man. And yeah, I mean that, and I'm glad you
You,
pointed
you,
that
you
out
want to
because
you want to hear what I did to her? Because it took my mom another, I think, 8 months before she explained why she did what she did, and then she wanted to blame her new husband. Pass the buck to him, and oh, it was his idea to wait and just tell you in person. And I'm like thinking, you told everybody but me because you wanted to wait until you told me in person, but then people are reaching out to me. And
yeah,
yeah, so 8 months later, she finally tells me, it was her husband's idea, and that's why she didn't say anything for a while. And then, so I told my wife, and then she, because by the couple days after my mom stopped by to tell me, about this daughter, my niece, and my mother all went out to dinner, but nobody invited me. I was excluded. And when that
wow,
happened, that's when I was just like, you know what, girl, I don't know who you are, but because of what my mother did, you can just get out of my life just as quick as you came in. And she's like, what are you punish me for? And I'm just like, you know what? I ain't got time for you guys' nonsense. You know what I mean? I don't know who's lying to me, who's being truthful, so I'm just like, I don't even want to deal with it.
damn,
So 8 months after my mom finally explained why she did what she did and wanted to say, oh, sorry for the miscommunication. I was like, oh, she wants to be sorry for a miscommunication. Let's try this one. And I told the wife, I'm like, I want you to send a message to my mother. I want you to leave off 3 words from a sentence, and I want you to not attach a photo. So I said, wife, send my mom a message of, I can't believe I came home and I found him hanging in the living room. And I told her to leave off from a swing. You know what I mean? Because I was hanging from my contraption from a swing. You know what I mean? I was swinging in my
right,
contraption. And without the picture, because the daughter, my niece kept thinking after, my attitude changed after they had dinner that I went and committed suicide. And I was like, why are they thinking I committed suicide? Because I just simply said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't even want to know who you are, after 27 years. Just go away. You know what I mean? Bad
mm,
memories with relationship, I don't even want to go there. So next thing I know, I had the police. Apparently, the police were knocking on the door, and then the police were going to the wife's children, saying the wife was missing for some reason because they got no response at the front door because I had apparently had my headphones on and wasn't even aware of somebody knocking on the door. And yeah, lots of fun stuff. But thankfully, I
well,
made sure to tell all my friends and neighbors that, if the police came looking and saying, wanting to know if anything was wrong with me, I'm doing just fine. You know what I mean? Because I was fully aware that, I wasn't sure how the statement was going to be taken, minus 3 words and no photograph. You know what I mean?
damn,
So,
damn, damn, man, that is. Well, I'm glad you have a place to get that out, man. I'm not gonna say anything about, you know, I'm just glad you got able to get that out, man. I really
yeah, I
appreciate
need
you
to get
being
it
able to
out
do that.
because,
I mean, don't worry about it because it's still. I mean, this is a place. If this is what would help you process that and kind of relieve yourself of it sitting on you like that, then I love that
I,
you're able
I,
to do
I,
that, man.
well, hopefully, I'm not the only one that would be upset with the situation I was put through. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
no, no,
mean,
no. I mean, but it's that when you get into that, that's where that you can go down the rabbit hole because you're gonna have people to say they may have done it differently, and then maybe it goes against
well,
how you handled it.
that's what I
But it's
worried
not
about
about
too.
that.
Is what if the daughter actually did want to know me, but because of all the BS I was hearing, I just put on a good game face, and and still to this day I smile thinking about how the daughter walked away saying, "You're just a worthless nobody." I'm like going, okay, I'm glad you think that because there's a lot of people that value me. So I'm glad you think I'm a worthless nobody. So
Well, I
one
mean,
day,
look. Look, we're still living life. We're still living life. It's every
Right?
day you're learning something new, and sometimes you reflect back on choices and decisions that you made in life. Sometimes you regret those things. Sometimes you don't. At this point, it feels like you are getting things off of your chest, and maybe you're not looking for any sort of insight or any sort of you're not looking for any responses to what it is you said. I mean, if you're open to those, then I'm sure there are things that people would probably give to you in this moment, and that would be totally up to you. I'm just okay with you getting it off your chest because if you haven't been able to say this or say that what you're saying now to anyone
Right?
and it's just been sitting on you, then you have to have an outlet, and I'm fine with this being a place where you could do that. So I'm
Right.
totally with you doing that. And what I'll like I just said, what I'll add to that is I'm sure people have some great suggestions on maybe ways to handle it. And then if you're ever open to
Well,
that, just let
I
people
already burnt
know.
that bridge, so I'm not
No.
trying to rebuild it. You
Yeah.
know,
Okay. Well. I'm gonna
I
tell you
already burnt
this.
that bridge. I just sometimes wonder, if I
I'll
did the
t-
right thing burning the bridge. You know what I mean?
so if you want my answer, I'll give you my answer because I care
Let's
for
hear it.
you and yeah. So the bridge is never burnt. I'll tell you, yes, maybe it was handled in a way that you regret, and it was handled in a hurtful way, and she probably walked away from this like WTF, and probably has been since that day really trying to think about why it turned out that way. But I'll tell you, as long as you're breathing and as long as she's breathing, you have the chance to redo that. So it's not a burnt bridge.
Right.
She is gonna definitely be open to revisiting that, and it would be more of a you explaining like you're doing today on what the thought process was, and then how you would have liked to rehandle that situation. Let her know that you want to revisit it. She's looking for a father. You are her father. If it turns out to be that, then you guys really should be embracing each other in this moment. Yeah, I mean, you can redo what you've done. Is the bridge isn't burnt? So Magneticus, I would hope for you and for her because she carries your legacy once you're gone, and you don't want to leave her with how that ended. And so I would definitely suggest that you personally take the steps to reach out and try to mend that. And you can do it. It can be done. It may be rough at first, and you whatever her response is initially may not be the welcoming response
Well,
that you are
it it
probably
it,
gonna
it, it
expect.
was kind of funny actually because what I did is I sent the wife to apparently I don't know if it's her ex-husband or husband or I really didn't get to know the kid very well. I only had a couple days and just knew a little bit of what she said in I don't know a short time. I mean, we're probably talking more tonight than I talked to the kid. You know what I mean?
Sure,
So I
Magneticus.
had the wife reach out to her other and all I wanted to know is what she wanted from me. You know what I mean? Because
She, I
I
could
didn't know
answer
how to
that.
explain to her that I've had people, out of the blue try to harm me because sometimes it was like things my brother did, my little brother. It was like, oh my gosh, you know.
Yeah, and
And
and and
I was telling my niece, I'm just like, you do realize that your dad used my identity to avoid criminal prosecution, gets me a ticket, and then gets my license suspended and I'm driving my boss's Corvette. You know what I mean? I'm driving my boss's Corvette on a suspended license. Not that I got my license suspended, but because somebody else got my license suspended. You know what I mean? And they'll
so
impound your car for a
here,
suspended
let me
license.
tell you this, man, Atticus, and I'm going to tell you
Uh,
this because I've always been said I'll be transparent on everything that I've done. I'm not ashamed of anything I've done in my life, and that's why I'm not worried about these Scientologists digging anything up on me because I'll tell you. So in my early days, in my early days, just as a kid, a young man, 18, 19 years old, I was into a lot of stuff, man. I was doing a lot of stuff I shouldn't have been doing.
Right.
Um, and
I know
and
that
I'll
one.
tell you what I've done exactly the thing that you were talking about that was done to you. I used my brother's identity one time when I was 18, 19 years old. Wasn't for anything serious, though. It was like a traffic stop. My license was suspended at the time. I may have had a warrant or something at the time too. I think I did. And
Right.
to avoid that during the traffic
Criminal
stop, I used
prosecution.
I used my brother's identity, which all of this, I've hashed out with my brother since this happened, but I put him in a messed up spot, and I regretted that, and got a little bit older. I hit maybe 25, maybe, and really. That's really something for a lot of people. That's where when things start clicking for you, and you start seeing the right from wrong sort of thing. So I hit that point in my life, man, and I went back and I apologized to my brother, because in the moment I'm like, hey, it wasn't you, it's not a big deal, and I'll just tell you, so I was on the other side of what you're talking about there. I
Right.
done that same thing to my brother, so I can resonate with you on that. But what I'll say, man, is people change. Things change. Things happen for a reason. You get
Well,
put
my
just like
brother
we talked
hasn't
about here.
changed, so
We
that's why I
get
don't talk to him. You
well,
know.
well,
So
well. Some people don't change. I'll say that. Now, I don't say all
yeah.
people change, but most people do
Right.
change. But I have examples of people who don't change too. So I'm with you there. But at the same time, when you jump into the conversation about your daughter, everything else you got to put out the window, dude. I mean, you got to do it, even if you don't want to do it. You got to do it for her, because if she is yours and you birthed her, you definitely at least owe that to her. She didn't do anything to anybody but try to find her dad, and at the end of the day, you got to give her that. You got to give her that. Even that moment, hopefully you would have continue to have a relationship with her throughout the rest of both of your days, but you got to at least give her that moment of recognition and just that moment of love. Even if you don't talk to her again after that, which I think it would be the wrong thing. But you're
Well,
gonna
at this
have to be
point,
the
she
one to
don't want
reach
to
out
talk to me,
first.
so that's
Well,
that's just
and
all it is.
but can you blame? But
And
if you
I got
can you
threatening
blame it though?
messages from her. I got threatening messages from her just from having the wife reach out to her ex or husband or whatever it is, and just asking what she wanted from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's maybe
And
not the thing. That's not the right way to. But
what?
what do you want? It's not
But the
about.
thing was, is I accidentally blocked her number. I accidentally blocked her number when I was trying to delete the messages because I was like, I had the mind that this, I had it set in my mind that if I was gonna wipe the slate clean and then try to start over, but I accidentally blocked her number. So, and then I deleted the messages because I was kind of like teary eyed when it happened, and yeah, so I blocked her number. Then didn't realize why all the messages were still there. Tried to delete them again, and then
Well,
deleted it, and then didn't know how to access the number.
I'll tell you
So,
what. Let's not hash this out live online. You got my number,
right.
man, and let's talk behind the scenes about this anyway. Because yeah, yeah, let's
Yeah.
definitely just do that because
It's just, you're talking about Thanksgiving and family, and I'm just like sitting there going, ugh.
yeah. But I
Yeah.
understand, and that's why I said I'm glad that you
Right.
responded the way that you did, because here's the thing, and this will take us into another conversation here, but you know, I and I'll just start by on my piece here. I am thankful, and that's what this time of the year is supposed to be for. I'm thankful and grateful that I do have the situation that I have. So I'll start there, and expanding on that. I totally get that not everyone has that, and I the way that I care for just humans in general, I want everyone to have as close to that as they can get. So that's the type of friend that I am and the type of person that I am when it comes down to that. If I have a way that I could help work through, and I've been that way since a kid, really, caring about friends and just, caring about how friends feel and things of that nature. So,
Well, when I was
um,
younger, I didn't care much about anybody because I wasn't around anybody long enough to catch any feelings for them. You know what I mean? So
yeah, yeah. Well,
it
I
wasn't
mean,
until I
that's,
got
well,
older, met my wife, and it's like in the last for the last 18 years, I've pretty much lived in two locations.
yeah,
And where high school, I went to five high schools in four different states. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to
Yeah,
connect
it's hard to
when
make
that's
friends.
happening.
It's hard to make
Yeah,
friends when you're not in an area long enough to actually. It wasn't until I met the wife, then that's when I started getting the sense of community. And when people see me, because the apartment we were living at, it was kind of like overgrown. The foliage was overgrowing and covering walkways and stuff like that. And I just took it upon myself to start cleaning off the walkways and removing, you know, the ivy and stuff from the walkways. And then one of the neighbors tried to tell the management I was clear cutting the shrubbery on the property, and that got me introduced into the owner of the property, not the management of the company. And then when I talked to the owner of the property, not the management of the company, he was just like, "Why is my management company coming after you?" And I'm like, "That's what I'm asking you." I said, "I thought I was helping you out by cleaning these walkways that are supposed to be free and clear of debris according to state law. I'm helping you out. I'm not like complaining about it and saying you got to hire some people to come in and take care of this. I'm just taking care of it in my spare time. And here I'm getting evicted by your management company because I'm trying to help you out and make the place safer for the occupants, because we couldn't get out our windows if there was a fire, So
right.
it all happens. All
Well,
happens for a reason. You were talking about that the other night about how you met two guys, and the next thing you know, it was just like boom, you're meeting this person, boom, you're meeting that person,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
that's how it's been for me the last few years. And it's just like
That's
with
good.
the wife going through her health issue things, and I mean we're financially strapped, and but you're not hearing me online asking people for money. But
Right,
there are people that are helping us out. There's people behind the scenes that are helping us out, and those are the people I'm thankful for. You know what I mean?
right, right.
Those are the people I'm thankful for, because I know somebody that I probably sent a few dollars to, they probably wouldn't send me $1. You know what I mean? In my time of need.
Man,
But
tell me about it.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not
No,
gonna ask because I don't want to know.
your feelings are accurate though, man. Yeah, they are. And I'm just glad, man. I didn't know, that that's the place that you came from, and I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad to hear that things are turning in more of a positive. And obviously, you're around now, especially when you come here. Whenever you get the time to come hang out,
Right.
whether it's over the Spaced Out Radio, wherever it's over here, you get a chance to hang
And
out with
I
people
don't
that
catch
care about you.
everybody's show every time because there's not enough hours in the day for
Right,
me to like literally watch all this stuff.
right,
So,
right.
and like I
Yeah,
said, if I'm not in the UFO mood, I'm not gonna listen to UFO stuff. If I'm not in the mood for Bigfoot, I'm not gonna listen to Bigfoot.
right, right.
I mean, I'm a
No, I
little guy. I
understand.
don't like thinking about some big beast out in the woods that's gonna snatch me up and drag me off into the trees or something.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I understand, man. I understand, dude. I got a feeling for you, man. Because, like I said, like I tell everybody, you've been to day one, man. Since day one here, and then we obviously met at
I've
other
been watching your
other
numbers grow.
outlets.
I watch
Yeah,
other people's numbers grow. And,
yeah,
like I said, I usually tend to go support the little guys because, they don't get much support. So, and I never know when I'm gonna have my my moment of words of wisdom or whatever, versus
yeah.
You're gonna anger everybody with that comment, dude.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you were like I told you before earlier, like you're doing things that matter to people. People are tuning into your stuff, man. They're interested in what it is that you do, and
Right.
you know, so that's all the positive stuff coming out, and the things that hopefully give give what you're doing. You know, obviously you do that because you love it, but just giving it, adding more to that. You know what I mean? Now it's like, okay, you love to do it, but then now you see the appreciation for it, and it kind of that thing that it gives you, that it fills you with. So I know you know what I mean, but
Yeah.
um, I'm just glad to see that, man. And like I said, I'm glad that you were able to voice that today, because you voiced it for other people who are feeling the same way. The holidays aren't always great times for everybody. You know what I mean?
Some of us are
And
gonna be sitting alone. We're just gonna
and
be sitting alone.
hey,
We might not even make
if you were
something to
in my
eat because we're
vicinity,
just
buddy,
depressed,
if you were in
huh?
my vicinity, you would be coming over for dinner, buddy.
You probably invite me over to your table for dinner,
You
because
would
trust me,
definitely be coming to do that. So that's
I
a
got all sorts
fact.
of I got all sorts of people that aren't related to me that would
That's a
probably
fact.
invite me to the table if I asked. If I just asked, that's what I got to do. But I just rather be alone and not have to deal with the drama and yeah,
We're gonna
yeah,
change that though, Magneticus. We're not gonna stop knowing each other at any point soon, man. And things are gonna always, hopefully, as long as we put the good energy out there, is gonna progress
right.
positively towards that place where we
Now, see,
could all
that's
be
the one
happy,
thing I
man.
have asked people on the internet for was positive energy. I didn't ask for any money, just
Mm-hmm.
positive thoughts.
Exactly.
I always, and that's how when somebody else, that I'm not going to say, you know what I mean? Because I'm
Mm-hmm.
not trying to cause any
Yeah.
drama,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
but you know who I'm talking about.
Right.
But my wife was at work and she was like vomiting uncontrollably. And I simply asked the audience to send positive energy, and he did too. And then when the wife came home, she was like, "Did you do it again?" And I was like, "Do what?" And she's like, "Did you ask somebody at church to pray for me?" And I was like, "No, I asked the audience to pray for you, or send positive energy, whatever you want to call it." Because she was like, all of a sudden she just started feeling okay. You know what I mean? The vomiting went away and stuff shortly after I did what I did. So, and I've seen
That's
that a
what's up.
couple of times.
That's what's
So,
up.
I couldn't explain that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was that was unexplainable to me because I did it before too. I remember the one time I went in front of the whole congregation and said, "My wife's not feeling good, or otherwise she'd been here today." And when I came home, she was all like up and dressed and feeling all right. And I'm like, and I remember at first I was like, I was just gonna be like, "Oh, you just didn't want to go to church." And but then she was like, "No, at a certain time." She woke up and she felt okay, and I was like, well, isn't that weird, because just a few minutes before, that's when I was up in front of the whole congregation asking to pray for you you
That's
know
what's up.
so yeah, yeah, and that's one of the people that helped me too was the church, because they know we're financially hurting, and they sit there and go, well, he's done this and he's done that and he's done this, and they got this whole list of everything they keep track of that I don't. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and they definitely like people that don't ask for help most of the time. You know what I mean? I mean, they understand every once in a while people go through hardships and they need a little help, so they don't mind helping. But
Definitely. That's what's up, man. Atticus, man. That's what's up. Hey, I
so,
love it,
so
man.
when
I
people
love
talk
it.
about paying it forward, you never know when you need to redeem on some of that paying it forward. And
I love it,
sometimes you might
man.
pay it forward to the wrong people, but that's okay. Other people take notice.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, as
They
long as you're
notice
putting
your
good
charity.
energy out there, right? Karma
Yeah.
for other people coming back around, but yeah,
Yeah.
just keep doing the positive thing that you're doing, man, and keep your good spirits. And yeah, I mean, we should talk later too, man, about what we were talking about earlier. I just don't. I mean, it's cool to if you're comfortable talking like this, but after a while, it's we should take it offline. So I think that
Well, I
it'd
just
be
keep waiting
better.
for somebody else to get in here tonight. It's just been me and you. No
No, and
one,
that hey, you know
no
what?
no
That's all it was
Debs,
meant to
no
be
love.
tonight. That was it.
So
It was just meant to be this. It was probably set up to have this conversation, which I believe in that kind of stuff. So,
right,
and we didn't need anybody else on the stage to do that, to have this conversation. And technically this could have been something that we just did offline anyway, but it was good that
right,
you were able to do that with in front of people because some people can resonate with that, and I think this will be a good something for people to listen to as well, especially getting through these holidays because like say a lot of people just
get depressed.
but
Get depressed. That's
get depressed. But the thing is that like people who aren't in that situation forget that there are people in that position. And I think that's what the big takeaway is and what the big message is, and why I'm glad that it was done this way and that it was just me and you talking about it, because I think that people who are on both sides of that, people who are on the side where they don't have the family and it isn't always a great holiday for them, and then the people who are, and kind of to get both sides to kind of come together. So I would open my home up to you, right, in that situation. I'm like, come on over. If I'm in your vicinity, if we were close enough, I'll be coming to pick you up and bring you over for to get a
uh,
plate. Period. That's just what would be happening.
all I can say, Rob, is if I brought you to my neighborhood, if you're in my neighborhood, and I introduced you to a majority of my friends, you'd be like, "Do you have any white friends?"
Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah. Well,
Well,
I
I don't
mean
know. It's
that's
just like one of my longtime friends. We got introduced to each other because apparently he liked going fishing, and I like going fishing, but I don't eat fish. So I don't go fishing because it's a waste. I don't like killing the fish if I'm not going to eat them. You know what I mean?
right.
And so we started hanging out, and he loved having the extra pole in there. And trust me, if I needed somewhere to stay, he'd let me stay in his house. You know what I mean? And because I know he did during his divorce. I was staying there for
Right.
a minute while me and the wife had our disagreement of whatever it was. But yeah, I'm always telling him, I'm like, dude, if you just stop drinking and stay away from other women, because he had a really good woman for a wife. But he'd always get
Right.
drinking, and then he started messing around with other women, and she found out, and she could only take so much of it before she was like, okay, I'm gonna go find somebody else up myself. So
Well, man, this has been awesome, dude. This has been awesome, man. I think that this is I'm just going back to that because I think it's just perfect, man. It's perfect for this holiday. Like the message, just the message of today's conversation, I think just is what's needed going in, not for just this holiday, but the other holidays coming up. I think this is an episode that hopefully people, and I know some people in here like Matt or Derek Galloway is giving you a lot of props here as well, resonating with what you said as well. So, and not only Derek, but anybody out there who isn't in the chat who might just be sitting here. I mean, we all, everybody here that you know of in this chat for sure, all these people care about you, right? So, that in the energy is the energy that you give, which you may not realize you give, is being received by other people, and they're sending their energy back out to you, man. So that's exactly what this platform is for. It's moving humanity forward,
that's what I'm
positive
saying. It's not supposed to
progress of
be
humanity.
not supposed to be a fight room, oh, let's fight with everybody else because I don't know what they were fighting about, but yeah, this isn't the place.
Yeah, all the
This isn't the
negativity
place.
that has to go. But I think that'll I think it's therapy for them too. I think too. You know what I mean? And
Right?
and I think when they when it comes around that sometimes they end up seeing that, you know what I mean? And I think you would say dysfunctional family, right? I think that's kind of the dynamic right now as we navigate. But if you look at that on a bigger scale, it's not just us here, but humanity. Period is a dysfunctional family, and it's kind of like just it's not anything too out of the ordinary, and it's really something that we can work on just to be better people and to treat each other better and to put positive energy out there. And I think doing this enough, I think people, might come to realize that and act on that in their daily lives. And that's kind of the goal for this channel, period. So everything that's happening, the even the bickering and the and all the things that we're discovering, this is all real life stuff, and we're working through it actually in real time, and people are being enlightened and coming to realizations. And so yeah, this is what's supposed to be happening, even though it looks messy on the front. I think we get there, man. And we yeah, I mean, Sovereign, he's even saying we all need to have a vent naturally, but he's talking about flatulence, obviously. But that applies to the conversation too, though. It really does. It's like a double entendre. So
Well,
um,
I could see what I went through last year as being flagellants that, I just had to let go. So there it is, you
yeah,
know.
there we go. And let me see. To, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see you, Derek. I see you, Derek. Typical Skeptic podcast. I think I went over there one time and checked them out. I haven't been back. I gotta go back and see what they're doing, man. Because I'm not about any of the BS. I'm not about any of you know, the side conversation. I'm not about any of that stuff, man. If it doesn't move the needle, like that's when I say that during, I don't. That's what I mean. Like if it doesn't move the needle, then why even get involved in it? Or why even do it? So
Well, one thing I like about you is you can vary from the script a little bit. Some people, all they can do is they can just read from the script, and that's all they can do. It seems like
yeah,
that
when you
that's me, you
when you're
know.
being real, when you're being a real person and speaking from your heart and being real, then there's no script needed for that. And
Right?
that's exactly what it is. It's just being a real person
I
speaking
I'm
to
just
another real person.
that's what turned me off from some other people, was the fact that it's just like they're just reading from a script over and over and over, and you hear the script replayed over and over and over. It's kind of
Right.
like watching a documentary on Discovery Channel. There's like 5 minutes of information, but it's repeated over and over again that it stretches out for an hour. You know what I mean? I
Exactly.
that that's how I feel when I watch like Discovery programs or whatever. It's like sometimes I just want to count the same information, how many times it's repeated in an hour's time. You know what I mean? Because it's like the same clip, same clip, same clip, same clip, same clip, and there's
Yeah.
nothing really new added. And it's like new clip, another new clip, or the same clip that was played before, and another clip that was played before, and now we're gonna add a little bit more to it. And then it's like you got to hear the first clip,
Yeah.
and then the second clip, and the third clip, and the fourth clip, and then they'll add a little bit more to it. And it's like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, why
Yeah.
can't you
It's
just like
just it's like I know what you mean. It's like it's the difference between someone like a handcrafted sweater sewn by hand versus one that was done in an assembly line in a press, like an automatic. Like there's no personal, like
and
there's
see?
no
Some people take no
human
value
hand.
in the one that was made by hand and
Yes,
how much
yes,
time it
yes,
took. You
yes.
know,
I get it. I get it, and that's why I say because I know I'm not. I'm just being me, man. So you're just seeing me, like any of these conversations we have, you're seeing me. Like if we were had nothing to do with this show, we were just talking offline
kind of
somewhere.
like the stream you
This
were
is
on
me.
Friday night. Like the stream Friday night, you were just sitting there being quiet. And I was like, "Yeah, we see you." But I don't
What?
blame you for not wanting to get in that topic because that was just.
Oh yeah. Oh
Friday
shoot.
night.
Okay, dude. Yeah.
Will Smith. Will Smith. I was kind of
I'm just
egging
like,
people on. I was egging people on with the when he did Wild Wild West because he was just like making all sorts of handicap jokes about
yeah,
Dr. Lovelace. You know what I mean? I mean, he was just tearing Dr. Lovelace apart because of his handicaps. You know what I mean? And so when he did his Chris Rock thing, I was just like, why is he getting upset? I mean, he made a lot of money making fun of the handicap. You know what I mean? Ah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
yeah. With that being said, so
Yeah.
yeah, I
So
just kind of sat back because I don't get into
I,
gossip
I
stuff.
wasn't touching that subject they were talking about. I wasn't
Yeah,
talking about that. I,
I was
I
just
was
waiting
just
because I knew it was gonna change to something else. I was just waiting because it was, and I don't want to.
that was a topic I wasn't even going to touch,
Yeah,
other than
yeah.
kind of poking fun at Will Smith for getting upset about somebody making handicap jokes. You know what I mean? That's where my emphasis was it was just you can dish it out, but you can't take it. You know what I mean? And that's what I was seeing going on. And I didn't. Well, I guess you could take it. I guess according to the conversation I heard Friday night. But
Man, look. So
sorry,
that's why I
we
said,
need to change the topic. Let's talk about something else.
yeah, I never was ever signing up for to do anything. It's easy to do a gossip show, and because you're just
Right.
talking about people, you know what I mean. But it's harder to do something where you are, just using your energy, your life force to talk and conversate and but adding value and being authentic, you know what I mean. And it's just like you just said it best earlier. There's a lot of stuff out there that's just like cookie cutter. It's not people, and the reason why is that money rules all, you know evil, right?
Yeah. As
and
long as you do this song and dance, we'll pay you. If you decide to do something different,
and when you
that's
focus on
when
the
you.
money, when your
Yeah.
goal is to get money, then your ethics change and dwindle away, and then you're willing to do things you probably wouldn't normally do in order to get money. And for me, money is not in the forefront of anything that I'm doing. I'm not doing it for money. I spend a lot of time doing this stuff, and I'm not on a monetized channel. I just do this because I love doing it. I love reaching people. I love the path that we're trying to create for humanity. That's why I love to do it. Now, if some point down the line we get monetized because during this process of doing it, I've always said, and I told my co-host this when we first started this show, that and I haven't said anything about it because only up to this point, because um, the goal was never to even speak about monetization or do any of that. And plus, the channel's small, so. But the goal with this channel, in the event that it ever receives any sort of backing by anyone at any point, there's going to be at least 10 to 20% the way that we had it set up, where we were going to take, or and still are going to take anything that comes into this channel. 10 to 20% of that is going to go to a charity every single month, and it's going to be like a charity that the viewers pick, something that the viewers are interested in. um, a charity, like you pick once a month, do a drawing or something like that. And
Doesn't What's the charity Dave supports? Oh,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I haven't heard it in a while, but he used to have one that he was always supporting, but I can't remember what
I'm
it's
not
called now.
sure. It'd be something like that. It'd be something that
Yeah.
matters to the
Yeah.
viewers, because if you're contributing something to a channel, then the whatever charity you pick is where that's going to end up going. And
Right.
just because I don't ever want to, there's a lot of people out there that talk about Cash App this, do that. I could have a Cash App. Could have always had a Cash App on here. You don't need
Right.
anything to do that. But that's not the goal. It's not the purpose. I think the value comes in seeing where this goes as far as like moving the needle. It's more raw. It's more, you know, I don't know, man. It's more genuine, authentic, more I just can't even explain it, man. It's more it comes from a just a want to things to see things be better, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
The only reason
I
I have a
like that.
PayPal link, or used to have a PayPal link on my channel, the only reason I had that PayPal link on my channel is because people in aerospace needed a way to get me money to buy parts. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And, yeah. And when people send me money, I'll send them a receipt list of what I bought with the money. You know what I mean? This is what I
Well,
bought.
I mean, at the end of the day, these stream yards and like I don't have a free plan. I pay for my plan every year, to have extra little features and stuff. But I that's what I do. I pay for it and I just make that happen. So it's once the
I'm
platform
not
is
willing to
there,
pay for it. Not
then
yet.
I'll come and take care of business on the other end. But until that's why it's not even a thing with me. I don't even you never heard me mention it in any of the shows I've ever done. And the whole charity thing, that wasn't gonna be something that I was ever gonna bring up until I was close to a monetization, which technically I kinda am now. Because now you only need 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours
Watch hours. Yeah.
before your channel is able to start receiving things. So I think it's close enough to mention what would happen if anything did come into this channel. That 80% of that would go right back into making sure this is a better show, and then 20% at least to be going to a charity that the viewers all agree on it going to.
That
So
that sounds right, D-Worm. The Chive. Chive might be the charity that he would
Chive,
donate.
I think I've seen that. I think it is
I
Chive.
think
I've
that
seen
is
it.
the one
Yeah,
they used. Yeah.
I think it
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
even sure what that charity is. Only thing, like, you just want to make sure that you're giving. And the thing with the charity part that I want to have things go to is going to be something that is more direct to the recipient sort of thing. You know what I mean? Not something that has to
Right.
go through the top guy and filter down to these projects, or it needs to be something that the most directly affects the recipient. You know what I mean? And so I haven't even looked through the cherries to see which one those are because it just hasn't been anywhere on the horizon. So
Well, like my wife knows, there's only one homeless guy out of the hundreds on the street that I even look out for. You know what I mean? I can't look out after all of them, so I just picked one. I'm like, okay, if I see this guy and I can help him, I help him. You know what I mean? But
yeah, well,
and I know I've sat down with him a couple times, and we could talk like we're talking right now. You know what I mean? And he told me all the reasons why he became homeless. Apparently, he got hired to dig a trench and hit a gas line or something, and it turned his life upside down. And he's never been able to recover since. At least that's the story he tells. You know,
yeah, yeah, Brown Dwarf. For something like this, Bakerfield Youth, yeah, I would personally donate for myself to something like that. But for the viewers, I just want something to mean something to them. You know what I mean? Like things that you guys would all agree on that mean something to you guys, a particular charity, and just kind of choose different ones every month and just make sure that
yeah,
and
feed the
just
homeless. The AI
yeah,
is putting them out of work,
some that's kind of direct, yeah, where you give the money and that immediately goes to provide whatever it is that's needed, right then in that moment, not something that trickles down the ladder and then eventually gets to the people that need it. It's
right?
something that goes
Oh,
directly
I hate some of
to a
these
cause.
nonprofits, and you look at the leaders, how much income they're making from the nonprofit. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like, ay, really?
Yeah.
And that's what I never understood about some. I always thought when you donate time, you don't get paid for it, and then I found out people donate time because they are getting paid for it, and they only donate the time because they are getting paid for it. And it kind of takes away from donating sometimes by the way people use it. Just
Yeah.
saying.
I just
But
feel
that's
like
what
the
I agree
good
with what
energy
you're
will
saying
come
is you
back.
want to make sure that the percentage is going to wherever and it's not to a company that's, you know, I got to have a big house with big doors and drivers for my cars. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
You
decipher that I would do that right there too, but it's just I would do that too, but as far as just I want to be transparent with because I want everyone to know that this is where.
because
So
as soon as you go and give out that first loaf of bread, you're going to have 100 people trying to get a loaf of bread from you. And that's
right,
what I was
where
worried about too is, like I said, I can't support 100 homeless people, but I can contribute to the one that I know, is in the community for a while now. And, you know, yeah, I just kind of see all these more and more people, and I go to the store and there's less and less people working, less and less people working. Oh, you got to pay more because crime is up because so many people are out of work. Ugh.
yeah,
It's going to be a nightmare anymore.
yeah. Well, we're gonna change the game, man. We're gonna change the game. We're gonna change how this goes. We're not gonna be able to change everybody, man, but we're gonna try to change as many people as possible, man. And that's the whole thing, man. As long as we are, doing what we're supposed to be doing as good people and spreading good energy, that's the most we can do to try to hopefully make it spread to other people. And some people are negative who don't, they'll look at that and say, "Oh, that'll never happen." Now, yeah, if you think like that, then it won't ever happen, right? But if you are open to like really embracing that, you know what I mean? That mindset that yeah, if I put good energy out there, if I just constantly do that, it'll spread to someone else who will want to do the same thing, and eventually everyone's doing it. It's possible, man. It's achievable, and I think it's even more achievable though in the moment that we're in. Like I said the other day, is with the whole notion that we're about to have confirmation that we are not alone, and that we could be linking up with these things from somewhere else, and that I think just that realization kind of makes it more possible for this to happen in this moment, which is why it's so important to do it now, you know what I mean, and to try to
Yep.
push it over. So, I don't know, time will tell. I'm
Can I
going to do
ask a
my part.
question?
Yo,
Right, for a random question.
yo.
How much of a deposit does Tesla want for their new cars
Shoot. How much
to
do
be on
they
the waiting
probably
list?
want?
I,
I
no,
I
I'm like
don't
literally
know.
trying to figure out the how much to be on their waiting list. Not that I want to be on their waiting list. I'm looking for a price
Oh
tag.
shoot. Well,
I
depending
heard it's
on the
like 1,000
cost
or 1,500 or something like that to be on the waiting list.
for that
Anybody else
truck,
with that?
or
Yeah, whatever they haven't built yet that they need money for.
probably something like that. Yeah, I would
So
assume.
we'll say 1,000,000 people have put $1,000 deposit on one of these cars that haven't even been built yet, right?
Right.
Are you doing the math with me so far? 1,000,000
Thou
people
one
times a
million.
thousand dollars is $1 billion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if it between me and you, Rob, if I gave you half a billion and I put half a billion in our checking or savings accounts, how much would we have in 6 months just from the money sitting in our accounts?
All right. Whatever
At half a
yeah,
billion
the
each.
interest is. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because remember I
Yeah.
was
So
telling
if
you
it's
about
making money,
that's why
yeah.
I don't like doing the gift card things because all that money they're making money on it just sitting in the bank until you spend it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, like a
And
CD almost. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, that's
exactly.
how the rich make money, man. They'll take
I,
they. That's
I,
what they
I,
do.
I, I'm telling you, it's like I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. It's just some people. It's like I wonder if they even realize that's how you do it. You get a whole bunch of people to give you a little money, and you just put it away, and then you just live off of
Oh,
what you're collecting in interest. You know what I mean?
look, the grifters know. You can bet the grifters know. So, yeah, there's definitely a subset of people who know that and prey on things like that for sure. We know that there are. That's why I say. That's why whenever you start getting into money, that's why it gets so convoluted and
That
it's
lack of common sense adds up real quick. I'm telling you.
that's why I just rather I you know, but it's always because we're stuck in this society that we're in that you have to give in to to those needs at some point. And I just want to be as authentic as possible forever, is if we can do this forever, you know what I mean? So
Right?
that's why, yeah, and it just bothers me when I see the things that I see around, but I can't worry about those people because I can't, you know.
I'm just saying, if people just think about what they're doing, you know what I mean? So if they say, "Oh, it can be a better place," yes, it could. It could if you didn't have these people that like to collect all the money and keep you all poor. You know,
Yeah,
that's
and Decipher, you
that's
got the right idea, man. I would definitely do this Decipher. This is a great, I'm into this thing here, and I think once, I'm just not in a position to do so, but I would, that's the type of energy that I'm talking about putting out there because we need more of that for sure going on out there. People caring about other people, and that is the bottom line, man.
the one I love is the people that stand on the corners or whatever that say will work for food or whatever, and you offer them work and they turn you down. I hate those people.
Look,
I Nothing personal, but I hate those people.
no, I mean
Don't
they're
don't hold
you
a
see them
sign
on
saying you're looking
YouTube.
for work and then you're unwilling to work. You know what I mean?
Well, not only
Uh,
that, but they hold those signs and then go hop in a rental car right after, when they're done
right,
collecting. They have that. That's it just makes it like that's why I say money just messes everything up because it makes people go out there and do things like that to deceive and try to pull on heartstrings and things like that. And I hate that. I really hate when people take advantage of other people. I just hate that.
right.
It makes me sick, man. It really does. And it's like you are making it bad for a person that really needs the help by taking advantage of someone else's kindness. Like that dollar or whatever you just took from that person, you didn't need it, really. People are doing that as a job, and that's just uh, that's why I
Thirty-five
say that's
dollars.
when it gets
$35.
into
You can legally stand on the corner here for
when it
whatever, and
when it gets into that
$35.
area, man. Anything that
What?
money touches, it just
No, it's $35, and the government will leave you alone because that's what it costs to get a panhandler's license or whatever.
oh
$35,
yeah,
and you can do it legally all day long.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's sad.
I've known of people that they put a lot. They this one guy, the story I heard was he dresses up like a homeless bum on his way to work and asked people for money. And then as
Yeah,
soon as he got to work, he'd change clothes. And then on his way home, he'd go back to looking like a homeless bum and asking people for money on the way home.
yeah,
And he put away $1 million doing that.
yeah,
So, but it's
yeah.
not something I could do just, I mean, if I really had to, I might be able to do it, but I don't know. I can find better things to do that pay better. I'm
Right.
good
Right.
with my hands.
Ah, boy. Yeah. So without, that's
And the
why
blood's
that's why it's so
oh,
much uh it's so much depressing shit out there to think about, man, but that's why it's more important as ever just to do what it is. That's what fires fuels my fire, right? Because you get to thinking about the depressing stuff out here and the way things are just crazy, and how money controls this and how people manipulate that, and it's that type of stuff that kind of is the fuel that makes me say, hey, now we have to do this. Like, we got to do this. We have to. Just like I said, I'm not live streaming next week, but I'll probably have to stop myself from not doing it if I'm here at the studio or around equipment, because I know it's the, like, every moment that we do this is kind of helping towards that. And it's like, if I'm by the studio, if I'm right where I can actually go ahead and get that going, then why not do it? So I'm gonna have to pull myself away from it, because I know, I'm a thinker, and when I get to thinking and going down those rabbit holes, then I want to do something, about it, and I know it's gonna make me want to come in and flip the switch on the setup and just say, hey, dude, we're doing this, man. So don't be surprised if I just end up popping up one of those days that I said I wasn't gonna be here, man. Because I think, it's hard not to do it when there's so much work that has to be done out here, man. It's just
there's a lot of
facts.
work to be done.
It's just facts. Yeah. Paramar's like, wait, there's a panhandler's permit? How effed up is that? The government charged people who were supposedly that down on their luck for standing on a public corner. Wow, okay. I didn't know. Yeah, that's a
This is
good another
Washington.
way to look at it.
We got all sorts of weird laws.
Definitely.
That's what I try to tell
So,
people too, depending on what state you're in, kind of like Nevada, right? There's like some kind of law that you can't like drive into Nevada and drive out without getting a Nevada driver's license or something because it's like a subcompact state or something. I don't understand that subcompact stuff, but
man, one thing I did see, I'll talk about this. I saw this was actually a cool thing. I was watching YouTube as usual, and I saw one of those guys they call scam baiters, right?
oh, is that like one of the ones that send you the email saying you overpaid McAfee or something? Or
Yes, yes.
you need to pay
But this
McAfee
was
and then
look, this
they
was
claim,
awesome though, right? So this is what this dude did. So the scam baiters, yeah, they take those emails, and they take the numbers, fake numbers that they put up, and then they try to bait the scammers into thinking that they're victims, and then they
yep,
run their
yep,
whole
yep, yep, yep.
spiel on
Oh,
them.
that stuff is hilarious.
So
Hilarious.
but yeah, that's hilarious. But look at, here's the one I forgot this guy's name, but this is the way this one guy handles it is just awesome, dude. So what he'll do is, because most of the time with the normal scam baiters, they just play like they're elderly, or and then they'll
And
tell them
ignorant.
at
They
the
always
end that
act
you,
ignorant.
yeah, and then they'll tell them at the end, oh, you've been tricked, or we scammed the scammer or whatever. But this guy, what he does, so he will pretty much right off the bat tell these scammers that he knows that they're scammers. He'll first he'll play along for a minute, because what he'll do, and which is another reason why I didn't want to access that email earlier, is because he'll send an email or send them a link or something and say, you know, this is this where you wanted me to go, or this is what you, because they'll direct them to a bank or something, and so he'll ask, is this where you wanted me to go? As soon as they click the link, it takes all of their metadata, their location and everything, and it sends
Hmm.
it to him immediately. They don't know that that has happened. So he'll know immediately, okay, this person's in Nigeria. And so what he'll do is he'll confront them right away, and he'll say, we know I know you're in Nigeria. Like, come on, just be truthful. Like, what are you doing? And then eventually the person will be like, oh, yeah, we're just doing this because, it's really bad out here. We don't have any food. We're starving. And, we don't want to do this. And we promise, we'll stop. And so what he'll do is he will offer them a job. So he will say, okay, is there anything that can be done? Is there anything you think that can be done in your community? What does your community need? And then the scammers will be like, huh, I don't know. What are you talking about? Like, do you like do you need to clean up in the neighborhood? Are there things that you guys need out there? Just running down a list, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, well, we need these sort of things, like our neighborhood's cleaned up or needs to be cleaned up. All these other sorts of things that they end up saying are wrong with their neighborhood, and then so he'll do things like this. He'll say, okay, well, I'll give you that money, which is like $100, $200, but I want you to send me video of you walking around your neighborhood and cleaning up your neighborhood. I want you, and they end up going out there and doing it. So they'll film themselves, picking up trash and filling up trash
Right.
bags, doing all that. Then
Doing
they'll
some
go, and
community service.
he has a way to validate, right, and he also has contacts that he knows in the town that they're in. So he's able to have people check up on them and things of that nature. So, but they'll do it. So they'll go ahead and they'll walk around. They'll quit the scam that they're doing for the moment at least, and then they'll walk around, clean up trash, do all this stuff, and then they'll show it to him. And then once they validated that, he'll go ahead and send them the money they were trying to scam from them initially. And then he'll say to them at the end, like, now, don't you feel good about yourself? Don't you feel good that you didn't have to scam for this, that you were able to work for this? Like,
Right.
doesn't it make you feel good? It kind of changed, it kind of flipping the whole, took it to the next level. I thought that was so cool. He
You
took
do
another
realize
guy.
you realize I call those scammers free energy devices, right?
Why you say that?
Because that's what free energy is all about. You just get somebody to give you money and you don't have to give them anything in return.
Oh yeah,
Free energy. That's
pretty
why I call it a
much.
free energy device. You
But
know,
he
and
look, he had this other guy that he same sort of setup where he told the guy where he was, found his location, did all that, and and the guy he had the guy because he's a YouTuber, so he has sponsors. So he had the guy go on the website. He was like, "I want you to go to this website," and he brought up the website. It was the website of the Scam Baiters YouTube sponsor. So, and he was like, "What is this? What do you see here? What does this company do?" And the scammer was like, "Well, I don't know. What do you mean?" It's like look, just look at the website. What does it seem like this company does? What it just look through it and tell me what you think they do and why people may want to pay attention to this. And then the scammer will be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it seems like it's this, and it seems like it helps people, and it does this or that." So what he did is he had the scammer. He said, "Okay, now that you know all that, I want you to record yourself saying that." He took the scammer's recording and turned it into his sponsored commercial where the scammer is narrating his sponsored commercial for his channel. I said, this dude is brilliant with it. This dude is brilliant with it. And he's turning these people around. And instead of them feeling like they could take advantage of people, he's having these people work for their money. And I was like, that's
right.
that's an awesome thing and kind of a way that he's affecting some sort of change in the world. I'm just like, dude, that's brilliant and awesome, and I applaud you for it. I wish I could tell you his name because he should be supported in how he's doing it. So he doesn't just scam bait them and let them know they're scamming and all that. He takes it to the next level and makes these guys go out and work from way across the world. You know what I mean? And it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Oh, you have no idea how many times I've had some elderly person ask me to remove the spyware from their computer, or ransomware. That's what it's called, ransomware.
Thank you, D-Worm.
And
Appreciate you.
huh, what?
No, no, no. I was talking to one of the viewers. Go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I was like, no, so the one I remember, it was if you clicked on the start button or whatever, it like popped up something about, go to wherever and pay them whatever to remove whatever they put into the computer. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there looking at them like going, I didn't even know what it was, other than it wasn't supposed to be there. And I just by chance happened to right click the start button instead of left clicking the start button. And what do you know? There was an option to disable it or turn it off. You know what I mean? It was that easy. And once I had it turned off, I could get into everything else on the computer that I could, just kind of uproot it from the registry keys and stuff. You know what I mean? Like thoroughly remove the program and all of its little nasties and what have you. I was just like, oh wow. And to
Yeah.
think people would have paid money to remove that from their computer, and all they had to do was right click the start button instead of left clicking the start button. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean?
Yep.
It was that simple. And it was kind of like, MS Blaster back in the day, That I think that one was like hilarious just because of the fact that, everybody talks about Windows having backdoors, you know what I mean? And somebody made an exploit that used that backdoor and turned off your computer remotely, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Look,
By causing
I
an
had
error.
one time, I don't remember what it was. This was at a time when and I'm gonna say this because I'm transparent, but back in the day when everybody was pirating music, right? And
Hmm.
pirating movies and making VCDs and things of that nature. So I recall one time because I was out, I was selling some VCDs. I was selling them and burnt CDs too. So making some money on the side. This is what I was doing at the time, and all I remember is I was on a Windows computer, and one day I had caught my computer. I had caught the mouse, the cursor moving on its own.
Oh, somebody remote desktop you.
Yeah, yeah. Remote desktop. I saw it moving on its own. I shut down the internet. Shut off. I was like, man, dude, what's going on here? But it was from doing all that stuff, man. Getting all the.
Yeah, you gotta. That's why I really don't look at a lot of stuff on the internet anymore because I'm just like, I'm tired of it. I got JavaScript turned off. I got my mic, well, except for I'm using StreamYard, so I granted StreamYard permission, but usually I try to explain to people, and it's like, you send me these links, I click on it, and if it's one of those, oh, you don't have JavaScript, well, guess what? I can't see the information. And I'm not going to turn on JavaScript because I know the script kiddies, that's the easiest way to get a virus is through the JavaScript.
Mm-hmm.
And and I just, oh, it used to drive me nuts on Facebook because without Java, it triggers some kind of weird error where like they'll post a picture, but Facebook will come back and say there's a line error, there's invalid character at line 11,465 or something like that. And you'll think that there's not that many lines on Facebook, but trust me, they have like most of that page is just dummy cells that aren't even anything in them. There's nothing there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I probably shouldn't tell everybody how to hack Facebook, but
Facebook is already, I hate even being on there. Really, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Uh,
Twitter's
I'm
just about as useless too. Oh my gosh.
I'm just I mean as far as the soliciting from scammers on there is just horrible, dude. It's like, but it's old. It's old
Some-
tech.
sometimes I think sometimes I think of how many people I showed things to, and I'm like going, maybe I shouldn't have been just openly sharing this with everybody. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
with Facebook, what I do on Facebook, and most people, like, even you probably have a Facebook account, right? You have a
barely.
Facebook. Okay, well, you have one, all right? So you have one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, now tell me your account number.
Why would I
You
do
don't know
that?
it. Yeah, exactly. You don't know your account number. This is
Right.
what I showed people is how to find the account number, which is like the topmost information. Things like vanity name are like secondary information, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
so what I would do, this is what I did because like I said, I'd use Facebook without JavaScript enabled, which most people sit there and go, you can't use Facebook without JavaScript. And I'm like, yes, you can, because I did it for a long, long time. So you log into Facebook without JavaScript, and you have to go to the m.facebook, not the regular Facebook, to do it
Yeah.
this way
The
because
mobile
phones,
Facebook.
because of the mobile device, they accept that you might not have JavaScript on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
So you can access Facebook without JavaScript. You go on, log into Facebook with no JavaScript. You go to a person's name, you click on their name, you click on the little tab that says send message. And as soon as you click on the send message, if you copy the address and the URL, you're going to find your account number and the account number of the person you're trying to send a message to.
Damn.
And then once you have the account number, then this is how I figured it out originally. There used to be a picture floating around on Facebook that said every phone has a name. That's what it said. And it said use the at, or the little A and the circle thing for like email, square
Okay.
bracket, square bracket, account number, semicolon, zero, square bracket. If you enter that on mobile Facebook, it will return the name of that account number, the vanity name of that account number, and it usually makes it a clickable link if their account is like visible to the public.
Mm-hmm.
But if you change that zero, how many times have you heard me say things like zero equals one? You know what I mean?
Right.
So that zero is the first line of data in the column, and each column is the different account numbers. So if the first line, which is zero, is the vanity name, what is in data cell 2? What is in data cell 3? What is in data cell 4? You get what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
trust me, it's a lot bigger numbers than, single digit numbers. But you can find the location, you can find stored phone numbers, you can find what else you can find all sorts of stuff about their account, just having that account number
Who
and knowing
who
where to access the data.
who in their right mind? Like, I remember when Facebook started asking for your phone number. No. The
Bank
hell am I
account
gonna put my
information?
number on there
No,
for? I mean, that's
no.
silly, right? That's silly. Like, I'm on the internet talking to people through the internet. Why does my number need to be associated with this? Oh, so your Facebook friends can find you easier? No, 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 no. I'm good.
No, that this is to make your information more sellable, because not only do I have a name for you, I have a bank account for you. I also have a phone number for you, and I got a location for you, and I know when you're online and when you're not online. And yeah, that was
When I saw that, I was pretty much. I haven't really. I've come back to Facebook recently, and it's because that's where we have like the Spaced Out Radio after hours chat is set up there, and I'm doing some of those things there as an admin. But prior to that, I wasn't even on Facebook, man. I haven't, the account I do have on there, I visit maybe once a year, if that. It's
right.
unused. You know what I mean? So, and it's because it's just too easy to.
Obtain information. That's what
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell
yeah.
you. I've been trying to tell
And
people for years. I'm like, you people are dumb. You
but
people
not
are
only
dumb.
that, here's the dumb part is that you get so used to accepting friends requests and things that especially if it's somebody that you know, when literally the scam of the day over there is duplicating accounts, just taking
And
a
if
person's
you have
name that
account
you know.
numbers, the original Jim Bob, is account number 956, right? But the clone is 10,852. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
there's an obvious. You can tell the newer account or the older accounts from the newer accounts because like the older accounts like Zuckerberg is just the number 4. You know what I mean? Zuckerberg is number 4 on Facebook. And so when you did the first 10,000, that's why the phone number thing worked. Was just the first 10,000 users on Facebook. That's what it was pulling up the data for. So that's how I made the connection of, and then I realized why they were sending it as a picture, because if you actually type it out on the screen, it does the
Look,
data replace function. You know what I mean?
Paramar
So,
is asking you this. I have nothing to
huh.
do with this. I have nothing to do with this. So he's asking you, you sound like you might be the right person to ask about this. What about accessing the hidden bank account that the government has for all of us with millions in it? Yeah.
What do you mean hidden bank account?
You
You mean
know,
the
the quote unquote hidden bank account, the one that they stash all our money in.
oh, how you got to go about claiming sovereignty and no dependency on the government, and that means that the police and fire department and National Guard and Army and Marines and Air Force isn't going to be looking out after you if you take the money.
That's a whole nother thing. We need to talk about that though. Let's save that because that's a whole
Back
thing, and
back
I'm
to back to Rob.
interested
If
to
I
that.
every time you used your bank account, I stole half a cent from you. I'm only gonna steal half a cent from you. I'm not even gonna take the whole nickel to be legally charged. I'm gonna take half a cent from you every time you use your account. You think you're
Okay.
gonna notice that few cents disappearing from your account each month?
Right.
Most people
No.
aren't even gonna notice it.
Yeah.
But why stop at half a cent when I could take half a dollar or half $100 or half $1,000? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's I don't know. Don't get me started on the banking because that's you know
Yeah, it's all bad, man. The common denominator is it's all bad. At the end of the day, it's all bad. So we can sit up here and talk about a million different reasons why too, because it's all bad, dude. It really is. So many different ways. It's like Sovereign is saying they trade us like cattle. Straw man account. Yeah, I mean it's essentially that.
yeah. That's what I
Um,
figured he's talking about, the straw man account,
yeah,
where
we're
they
here
expect you
for.
to make X amount of dollars in your lifetime, and they expect to get X amount of that dollars in tax, plus whatever they can tax you along the way.
Yeah, okay. Paramar Magneticus. This is the one saying that the USA isn't a country proper, but it is a corporation, and we are the assets, and we are worth millions. Yeah, I think that's the sovereign, right?
Okay, well, if
Because
they take 20% of your income, I mean that's average for income taxes, like 20%, unless you have like tons of deductions you can itemize and list out there, and you'd be surprised what you can write off as a write off. You know what I mean? And it's like ethanol gas. They make the ethanol in South America so they can stop the tanker off at South America, splash it with ethanol, and now that's ethanol gas. They get a tax break. You know what I mean? But
mm-hmm.
because of things like prohibition, they can't brew the alcohol in America because it breaks the laws that they made 100 years ago. So that's why I was saying Al Capone was a nice guy earlier. Was Yeah, because he was just trying to power people's cars with ethanol. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And Decipher just puts a stamp on it. Common denominator is money. The whole system needs to change. Yes, that's just the end result of it all. It takes us right back, segues right back into what we were talking about earlier, which is just the reason why we have to do these sorts of things and come together the way that we do is because, and that's the bigger picture, the bigger goal, right? Because it's like, oh man, you can sit and be depressed about all the different things that are wrong, but they'll never be right until we figure out how we make that change. And we have that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. We're in that moment in time with humanity's history. The planets have aligned to give us a time where we have a chance to do that because under other any other the only way that the system changes like we needed to, there's only two or three different ways that happens. One, do we destroy everything with nuclear war? Two, an asteroid comes crashing down and causing catastrophic damage on some part of the world, like in a key place in the world, not just somewhere random, but somewhere where things are changed forever. And then third is this ET moment that we're in, where we're discovering that we're not alone. And truthfully, the asteroid thing probably is the furthest thing off, although it is very likely at some point to happen for sure, but possibly not within the next day or two or week or month or year or few years. Nuclear war is something that's potentially positive, but the truth is, at the end of the day, the powers that be don't want to kill each other in that way. They don't want to end the world because it ends
Why do you
everything
think
that
they built
they.
their deep underground bunkers for?
Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to end the world because it's their program that they have set up. It is working for them. So why would they destroy that to not have it essentially or potentially get wiped out? I think the only way they do that and cause a situation like that is if something threatens power in a way that either they either way they lose. Where it's like, well, we might as well do it because we're gonna lose power anyway. That's why I often think that you always hear about those sorts of things happening, like, oh, we're on the brink of nuclear war. Oh, they just gassed up the latest nuke. Preparing for World War III. Those things always tend to happen when things are coming up that threaten the power, which is like the ET movement or moment that we're in right now. This is a thing that one of the realistic things that are happening in our time now that can actually affect whether they have or dictates more so if they get to keep power or not going forward. This is literally one of those things. So it's not just, oh, ETs are here. It's like, oh, if they wake up as humanity behind this, then they could literally say they don't want this anymore, and we lose power at that point. So it's that serious to them that maybe they trigger something because of this. And I always felt that way, that if you had a Putin or somebody, one of those dictators that have nuclear assets, and they're up until now they just won't press the button. They'll threaten it, but the day that there's some sort of ET disclosure and it looks like the world is going to change here and humanity is waking up and is going to wake up, then I think one of those guys probably tries to hit the button at that point in time. I think that's probably the only time that you'll see that happen is going to be from a dictator. And who, I don't think the United States would do it. Would be feel like, okay, we're going to lose power. Let's hit the button because we claim to be a free democratic nation, and I would feel
Yeah,
like,
okay.
right, right. I'm saying that to as You know why I'm saying that, right? I'm saying that because
Yeah, and the
yeah, but
American government copied the N government from 1942 and uses a lot of their things, you know.
at the
That's
same
why.
time, technically, it that's how it should work out. Obviously, you never know till you're in the moment. But I just really feel like that's but that just shows that we are right on the change that we need. We just have to do. We have to get together and do it, man. It's just
But they're
so
busy keeping us
critical.
separated. As long as we fight over the petty drama,
I
you
know.
know, as long as
Well,
we
I know.
fight over
As long
whatever the
as we
petty
can
drama is,
as
you
long as
know.
we can allow ourselves to be distracted though, that's the thing. Like some of us are easily distracted, some of us not so much. Some of us know when BS is going down. That's why Dogman UK is the BS watcher. He's the BS human detector, right? And I'm the
I
same
was
way.
I was gonna laugh out of
I
his
smell.
show earlier. Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
it is
Dogman
funny.
is something else, man.
I mean,
Dogman.
eh, the topic wasn't funny, but just the way he handles it is funny. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I was watching his live stream earlier this morning or something.
I can hear
Sometime,
him talking right now, man. Straight up,
right, right, right.
straight up.
I told him straight up. I was joking about counting how many times he says right in a conversation, but you know, how much would I owe if I had to pay $1 every
He's like,
time Dogman said right?
he said, we're not gonna be taking this though, right? 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 Then I can be able to do this to us, right? That's right. I'm with
But
you.
but
I'm
I
with you,
I
dog, man.
understand the right because it's like the right is like he's looking for the acknowledgement that am I right or am I wrong? You know, that's the way I kind of look
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah.
and you're either gonna go right with him, you're either gonna agree right or you're gonna go wrong. And if you have something wrong with what he's saying, go ahead and put it on the table because that's what he's saying. Put it on the table. You
Yeah.
know,
But
don't
that's why
don't
I
get
say
your
we need
hopes.
more of that. We need more of that out
And
there,
I don't
man.
I don't know what all the nonsense is about or who he's got a problem with or whatever, but you know, but because I don't know any of those people, you know what I mean? And you know how
Oh,
I
you
deal
mean
with it.
yeah. Over
Just the
there?
name, mentioning names and situations, I don't know. I wasn't there, you know what I mean? He said
Mm.
nobody in his side, and I was like, you know, I don't know what's going on, so I can't make an opinion because I'm only hearing one side of the story, which is Dogman's side of the story. I don't know these other people's
Oh,
side
I
of the
didn't know
story.
there was beef, man. I had no I didn't
Yeah,
yeah.
there's some. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no names, but you know, it.
Dude, you gotta yeah, hit me up on the backside and let me know cause yeah. I yeah, I
He's
just I'm curious because I
and
don't
it
know.
boils down to a lot of it boils down to. I think the people he was talking about were just send me your money, and once I have your money, I no longer give two squirts of you know what about you. So
Mm.
and so I don't know. You know, I don't know the whole story. I don't know the whole story. I just know his side of the story that he's telling, and I'm just laughing because of the way he's like doing the helium voice and stuff like that, and just it's kind of funny.
Yeah, let me see. They
I
create
mean,
a
not funny,
problem off the
haha, but
solution. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Let me see. Usually involves us giving up our rights to protect the save us and then scare us all into submission. We cannot let that happen. The transition must be peaceful and harmonious. I know. You would love for it to be, but the problem with that is the people who they get to decide that. And I'll just use there's a term called haters, right? So haters. So imagine these groups are haters. Imagine like a Putin. He's like, well, I don't ever want to see you guys able to pull together and do anything. Like I don't care about humanity coming together. I could care less. So I want to keep power. And oh, you guys are gonna rise up. Okay, button, boop. So unless there's someone or something that can stop that moment from happening, same thing with somebody like a Kim Jong. All these power hungry. That's all you have to do is look at where the power hungry ones are at, and if they have nuclear uh, access, and if they do, then those are the ones that you have to worry about because they are threatened by anything that threatens their power, And one of those things that threaten their power is not just militarily, is just humans being able to realize that we don't need all that stuff. Like once that happens, then all of a sudden 99% of us are demanding that all this stuff stops and that they get rid of all this stuff and we stop fighting and we stop doing all. Once start making those demands, they're not gonna want to do that. So there's gonna have to be a decision made at some level, and hopefully, that's where the U.S. steps in and says, "Hey, yeah, we can't let you do that. We can't let you just blow up the world because humanity is waking up." We kind of understand that, and we're kind of want to be behind that. I'm just hoping that's how it would play out, because we would definitely need some sort of support in order to stop something from that like that from happening. But the thing is that it's so scary, and maybe that's what the ETs, when they say, yeah, they came when these nukes were here, because they understand, like, man, they're never gonna let these guys wake up, because now they have these nukes where they could really just destroy everything. So this batch of humanity may never get to see, what their real focus, what their real purpose is,
That's why
because
it's like the movie War Games, but even though it was kind of like impossible for it to happen, like they showed in the movie, but you know, I
yeah,
mean, imagine just, like the kid was doing, you're just, you're using a program like I was, and you're literally coming up with all these different phone numbers and you're just trying them out, you know, and not realizing that you're not into EA Sports server, you're actually in DARPA's, you know, toy box,
right.
you know. So,
I
yeah.
think I think, man, we gotta just
'Cause that was me
hope.
as a kid.
We gotta hope that the good of this inside of human beings, we gotta hope that that prevails, because that's what we're gonna need. The people inside of those power situations, we're gonna need some of those people to whistleblow, essentially, and do what they have to do from the inside to make sure that those things don't happen in the moment of enlightenment. So we're gonna have to hope that there's a group of people in in that regime that say, you know what, hell no, we're not finna let you push this button. It's great that humanity is waking up, and we're all for that, and like a coup almost, and kind of just we're gonna it's gonna have that's pretty big though when you think about it, right? That's a huge moment in time. Like, that's the stuff they make movies about, and it's literally something that we're where we're at right now. It's literally a reality in time and where we're at. Like, we just haven't crossed the line to where now that part of it is active and current right now. But we're right there. That's why I keep saying, like, the moment we have a spaceship sitting on somebody's grass here and things walk out like, hey, what's up? And we're meeting. Once that day happens, which could be any day, I wake up every day like, is this the day? Is tomorrow gonna be the day? Is it gonna happen this year? Is it possible that it would? Like, it's up to them if they want to land and step out and say, hey, it's up to them. We know they're here. We know they've gotten out before. Like, it literally could be any day that they do that, right? And the moment that they do that, then we're in that phase two of it, where it's like, okay, what do the governments do now? Like, humanity's now, they realize this. They were all in shock. We've kind of gotten over it. We wake up. Now it's the government's play. What do they do? You know, that all activates once that happens, and we're just right. We're already right there. So the best thing we can do is to prepare for where we're at. And it's every time I say that, and every time I think about that scenario, it seems like science fiction, dude. It seems like science fiction. It
Remember
seems
when
like the
science
plot
fiction
of a
became
movie.
science fact?
right. And it seems
That's
like
what
the
I say all
plot
the
of a
time.
freaking movie, but it's
Mm-hmm.
real. It's an
Mm-hmm.
actual place that we're at in time, and it's real, and we're literally going to have to go through those phases upcoming. Period. We just have to. It just blows my mind, and I don't. I it blows my mind that people don't understand how important that is and where we're at. But that's our job. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're trying to wake everybody up, trying to get
I,
everybody to
I think
understand.
at
That's
this
why we're
point
doing
it's too late.
this.
It's too late. Y'all gave Karen at the chum bucket too much control.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that's why it's like with some of the terms being thrown out anymore, like UAP, and I'm like sitting there thinking unmanned aerial platform, like Predator drones. You know what I mean? That's a UAP. A Predator drone is a UAP. So when
Right.
you're
Right.
they're asking for funding, they're not looking for things out in space. They're looking for more money to build better machines that can mow you down at any time for any reason because you said the word flame. Flame on. Oh, he wants to die. You
Well,
know,
that's why we
that's
have to. That's why it's so important to leave them out of the conversation. Getting there. That's why us doing this, what we're doing now, and worrying about confirmation and getting to that point, it's not that's not dictated by them. That's why we have to move without whether they want to admit that these are here or not. That's why we have to move like we're gonna move as humanity and get to just to
like I
enlightening
said,
each
try to get
other.
those in government fighting with each other. Because as long as those in government are fighting with each other, the citizens
Well,
become back burner material, you know.
here's the thing with the government. The government as a unit is a machine.
Well, I'm aware of that.
As a collective, they're a machine, but they're made up of humans, and so that's where you get these whistleblowers, and that's where you get cracks in the foundation. That's where those and we just have to. We can't worry about any of that stuff that they're doing. We
That's why
have to just
government's
move.
selective of what service they put people into. That's why they're selective. They don't want people telling the truth about what they're doing behind closed doors. We've
Right.
known this for years. I mean, it's kind of hard these days because everybody has access to data, and the only thing they can do is Mandela affect the data, you know.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
that's I used to program
But
robots, so I'm fully aware of how robots can take this data and change it to that data, you know,
but
just
but
like I was saying with the Facebook hack, of the at
one
and the square brackets, put the account number in there, semicolon zero,
the,
and it's going to pull up the vanity name because that's the first
here's
line.
but here's the thing. None of that matters if you block them out of the equation. So anything that they manipulate, anything period, whether good or bad that they are able to give to this subject, if it's being blocked out completely by humanity, we just aren't paying attention to anything that they're saying or showing or doing in relation to this topic or really anything else. And we're just operating as humanity separate from that. And we're like disconnecting ourselves and saying, okay, we're humanity over here. We don't even want to see or know what you're doing. It doesn't matter what they manipulate or change or try to paint a picture of because we have disconnected from any sort of needing to have you validate anything. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what we would have to do as humanity. We would have to operate separately. We would hope that the government has our back as humanity and they can come in from the back and kind of shore us up. But as far as humanity, like we have to kind of break away because there isn't a point where they have the best interests at heart for humanity. So we have to kind of sever the tie. Let the government be the government. You keep doing your government stuff and whatever it is, spending money on frivolous things. You keep doing that over there. We're gonna be humanity over here, and we're going to get our shit together, and we're going to get everybody else to wake up within our group and our humanity. We're going to have a conversation over here as humanity, and then we come back to the table and either, hey, you guys got to change what's going on, or XYZ. But that's, we have to disconnect and stop worrying about what it is that they're doing or what they're saying. Did they say this? Oh, they didn't say that. They're holding this back, or they've changed that narrative. We got to quit worrying about that.
Well,
Period.
it's the
Just
government that's
disconnect.
building these nuclear weapons. It's the government building these stockpiles of nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they
It's
already
the
have them.
government building these stockpiles of biological agents. It
They
is the
already have
government
them.
that have the stockpiles of the chemical weapons.
Yeah, they already
So,
have them.
how much obvious do you have to see that the government is the problem?
No, yeah, for
You know,
sure. I'm with you
you
on that.
know. So,
They are.
instead of spending billions on bombs and bullets, why not spend half a billion on free lunch for the children and stop talking about how poor they are? You know, oh
Because
look
they
the
don't
television.
care.
Oh look at the
That's why.
television crying out, showing these poor children in Africa, and I'm like sitting there thinking, I don't have to go to Africa to see poor starving children. I can just go walk
Around the
down the
corner.
street and I can see poor starving children. You know what I mean?
So that tells you
You
right there if they have
and
our best interests at heart. That lets you know right there. So as long as you see that, you know they don't. You know they don't, because they'll spend $1 billion on a top secret plane,
and
but
it's hard to
they
be
won't spend that
charitable.
on food.
It's hard to be charitable when you sit there and you see these people claiming to be charities, that are all about how much money can we put in our pocket and how little can we give to the need that it's supposed to go to. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
Right.
what's always frustrated me. So I'm the type of person that I tell people to do more for less. You know what I mean?
Right.
Get more of
That's
yourself
why.
and expect less, and you'd be surprised how much
But
more you get by doing it that way.
that's why their logic just shows you that it will never. It's going, like, even in the moment of confirmation, they is probably going to be still a no go for them on change. So that's why we have to figure out what's going to happen, what we're going to do, because we, as it stands, in a place where we're supposed to be completely free, it's supposed to be fair, it's supposed to be, we're the richest nation in the world, and there you can still find many areas where people are starving to death. So with that being said, it's obvious that they don't care about the basic human being, and if the richest, most free, most democratic country in the world doesn't, then the other ones don't. The other ones don't. So that means
I've
none of
known that
them
for
do.
centuries.
So that
Centuries
means
I've known that.
none of them do, and that means that we're never going to be able to sit at that negotiating table with them and try to say, "Hey, let's do this a different way," because the way that it is the way they like it and want it to be. Right now, the way it currently is, we've already asked for many times for things to change and be different, and let's, instead of putting money there, let's put it here. And they won't listen to us. We put them in power. We give them the money to do it, and they just flip us off and say, no, we're just going to do what we
And then
want to do.
squander the money.
So,
Exactly.
so what do we do then? Do we just, it's going to go, and I say this in one of the earlier shows, the like episode 2, where either it's going to be business as usual, or it's going to be really, really bad, or it's going to be positive and light. You know what I mean? And hopefully, business as usual is not how you want it to go, because that means nothing changes. We don't get any change. We go past disclosure in the same mind state that we're in now, with the same program that we're running, and it doesn't benefit anything. The other one is, if I forgot how I did it. I did 3 different scenarios. It was like worst case, best case, and another one. But the worst case scenario is that, I think we talked about it earlier, where we start to try to rise up and they just hit the button and say, forget it, we're just going to blow this whole thing up because we don't want to lose power and let you guys have your
Y'all got to be
day.
isolated and alone like they did
Or
3 years ago.
or
Need
we
y'all
right,
isolated and alone.
right, right. That's what I
Oh,
mean. So there's
And
only a
if
few
you've seen
different
through,
ways this can turn
and
out,
if,
and
and if you've seen through the past the nonsense, and you tried to point out the nonsense that we're spreading, you got silenced. That's all there was to it. They pushed the
right. See,
magic button, and you're silenced. So
this is kind of what I'm saying here. Decipher has it right here. If there's a new government run by the people, then the 99% would transition to a new system. Yes. Now that's what I mean, and that's kind of where we have to get to. Like it's a movie though, right? It's a movie. I'm pretty sure I can name a movie that goes like this. But this is literally what we have to do. Like it's our like we saw them do it in the movie. It was so they lost people. They had to go through the struggle to get there and do this. Like that's what we have to do. Like we're literally at that place in the movie where we all with that part of the movie where everybody has to get together and then we all go and we get it done and change the way, and then at the end of the movie things have changed. You're in that new space now and things have been like this is literally in our current reality what we're doing, and it blows my mind every time I think of it because it's like wow, like and it but just like in the movie, you watch the movie, you're like, wow, that's they went through all that stuff, and then they get to the end, it's like, man, they made it to the other side. That's awesome, but it's like you didn't have to actually do it and go through it, and it's like we are literally gonna have to live that right now. We're gonna have to, and maybe in that, and that's what I say. Maybe we're just the Kickstarter and when we pass on, our kids are picking up that next level or next stage of it. However, it turns out we have to do our part to make it, to do it, and it's just so bananas to realize that we're really really in that situation in that moment for our country. It's wild.
well, all I know is with all the mobile devices and stuff, with all the things that need to be voted on, we could all be doing it on a regular basis. We don't need to
Yeah,
just vote once every 4 years. It's not like back in the day where we lived tens of miles from each other, and we only got together every great once in a while. You know what I mean?
right, right.
And
But like I say, I mean, talking like this is even though all we're doing is in like I call myself pro humanitarian. This is progressive humanity to them because they're the powers, and like I was saying, it's something that anything that threatens the power of the balance of power is considered a threat. Period. And don't you forget that. So even though we are just talking here about helping humanity helping themselves, that's considered a threat to any of these power situations. So, that, and
oh,
I
I'm
keep that in
aware.
mind. And I and
I'm
I and
aware.
I and I don't care because I'm not. We're not speaking in any way here. And that's why I always keep saying we're not anti-government here because we're not technically. We're not anti-government. We'd love to see the government doing what's best for
We're
humanity. We
for
would
better
love to see
government,
that.
is
We've
what
always
we're
asked
for.
for
We're
that.
for better government. We're not
Right.
anti-government. We're for better
There you
government.
go. There you go.
When
You
we're
my
given
PR person, man. Look.
when we're given two poor choices, when we're given two poor choices, like you can have some cat poo or you can have some dog poo. Now, which poo do you want to eat? When you put it
Right.
that way, I don't want either, really. I don't. I don't want either. I don't want the
Yeah.
poo from either. I don't care if it's from a dog or a cat or a bird or a squirrel. I don't want to eat
But
poo, you know.
I'll
And
just
that's
say
what I think we
this.
get sometimes.
That is what we get, and this is what I'll say. Even though this they will paint something like what we're talking about here is being radical, and it's not. Being radical is for wanting all humans just to be able to do what they want to do. That's not radical. That's radical with the mindset of we want to control you, and how dare you want to control yourselves. That's radical. That's what why they would look at that as radical. So I always felt like, and I know like it's moments like these when they see movements like these starting to go or starting to get traction, then that's when they come in and they try to break it up and say, "Oh, there was this other stuff going on. We need to break this up." And that's the fight that we're against. So as long as we keep it positive, we don't, we're not really bad mouthing the situation. We're just saying what we don't like, voicing our dislike for things, and that should be fine to do that. And just trying to get humanity to
You know,
do
I'm not supporting tax evasion. I just don't like the unrepresented tax collected. You
right.
know, I
And
mean, I don't
here's
mind paying my tax. I don't even care where my tax money goes. It's just the fact that I know I'm paying tax for tax that isn't owed. You know, that's what bothers me. You know, and
and
it's such a petty amount too. You know, it's a petty amount. You know,
well, here's the thing. You have to say that too, and you feel that way, which is good. But it's a shame that you can't. And that's why I always keep saying, because I don't want this ever to be saying, "Oh, you guys are anti-government." No, 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 no. We're pro
no,
humanity, dude. That's all it is. We're
we just
pro
don't want to talk
humanity.
about the political drama going on. You know, we don't care who Bill Clinton is doing under the table. We didn't need to know that, you know, and all the other weird stuff that the presidents do and the senators do, and and that's what it all seems like anymore. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's more about your sexual orientation in the bedroom, kind of like the hospital sending out a
Well,
survey, and the 3 pages, one pages was nothing more than how do you identify sexually, you know what I mean? And that seems
well,
like nothing to do with the care that you received at the hospital. You know what I mean?
well. I just want to make it. I just want to always keep it in the light that we are just here for the positive progression of humanity and nothing more. We're not here to stir up any bull BS. We're just here to help humanity go down the path. I care about the future of my grandchildren, the great grandchildren. If they have to be here, I don't want them to have to, be controlled while they're here, and want them to be have free minds and be able to ascend and unlock their minds and all that sorts of stuff. So I mean, if anything that's against humanity doing that is what you call a crime against humanity, truthfully. So if and that's kind of how things can be labeled. So if it's anything that stops humanity from progressing positively, not progressing in an aggressive nature or in a
Right.
more violent, militarily, weaponized
With their
nature. No,
NBC
just progressing
stockpiles.
our minds as human beings.
Is that a flag
Pretty
word?
simple.
NBC? NBC should be a flag word.
Probably is. I didn't read them all. I'm sure it is.
Well,
I'm sure it is, man.
you know what that is besides a television station, right?
What is that?
Nuclear biological chemical. NBC. That's where
Oh,
the old
I'm
joke of
sure that's on there.
World War III wasn't going to be televised because some of us are fully aware that it just takes one weirdo to turn loose something from the CDC or the WHO, and millions of people will die. So
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. Ufology, national ufology was on there, and that should let you know right there that the reason why ufology is considered a threat is not because you'll know that aliens are here. It's because of what happens to humanity after. That's what the real
right,
reason why they hold this back and try not to allow disclosure to happen.
kind of
It's
like the
because
countries that
of
prohibit drones because the people are so primitive they don't understand what a drone is.
no, where's that at?
I can't remember. You have to look around, but there's like places around the world that you can't take a drone because the people don't, and because of what their limited knowledge is, like in Bibles and stuff, they
Oh,
might
okay. Okay.
They might think you're a man god. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
Some people think they're
Okay.
man gods, and it's like, no, we're not gods, but I mean, we're godlike, maybe. Maybe,
Well,
with our ability
just
to create things and what have you. But I don't know.
just like I said, dude, they're not attacked. They don't care if you know about UFOs. They know you see them up there. They know you see them in the sky. They just don't.
I
They
thought it was the
just
government for a long time, to be honest. I just thought
uh
it was like government mind control program, and like I said, if I discredit other people's stories, I got to discredit my own. So
right.
who am I to say what they
They
saw? Because I've seen some creepy, crazy stuff.
they
So
just know. They just know what the result of the effect of it is going to be, which is everybody saying, "Hey, we should be out there too. Why are we sitting here being controlled all this time? We should be able to join these guys out there. These guys are, get it. These guys out there get it. Like, what are we doing here again? Like, what? Why are we in this little weird system that we're doing here again? Why does this make sense again? Please try to make me understand now that we know that that there's something that definitely is higher out there. Like, none of this now makes sense what we're doing. It all seems silly and stupid, which it should already seem, but it really seems that way then because now we know that there's opportunity out there and sky's literally the limit and who knows what you could be out there. And why would you want to just stick here and sit under this
where
system
are you gonna
again? Like,
where are
why
you
does
gonna
it make
go?
sense again?
Where are you gonna go if you leave Earth? Where are you gonna go?
I'm just
Where are
saying.
you gonna go?
I'm just saying.
Um,
You don't know where you're going to go until the ETs let you know. The ETs might let you know that you have the ability to do things that you don't even understand yet. They may help guide you to where you can go. We don't know. I'm sure there's another planet that breathes air for sure. There's
I,
another
I,
oxygen
I just
breathing
I
planet.
just keep watching Elon Musk send these rockets up to space, and I ask people, I'm like, so what are those powered by? And they're like hydrogen, and I'm like, oh, and we have a water shortage. I wonder where our water's going. They're probably taking half the chemical recipe and sending it off to space, you know.
Hmm. That could be doing that.
And the
That's
other one,
possible.
the other one people don't realize a lot of water goes to is cooling these server racks. You'd be surprised how much water is wasted by Google, MSN, Yahoo, anybody that's got a big server. You'd be surprised how much water is wasted in cooling those things down.
Right. That makes sense too. That makes sense too. Yeah, man. It's wild, man. It's wild, but
Parts must be sent as a compressed file. Oh
just
my
gonna
god.
tell you this world. You see this world. So you think your TV dinner is delicious until you've had that filet mignon. Once you get that filet mignon, you look back on that TV dinner and you don't never want to see that again. And that's what we're gonna have. That's the best metaphor I could give you. Right now, we're eating TV dinners right here, thinking that it's high class eating here on planet Earth. And once we get opened up to the idea that we can be more than what we are and we can have these filet mignon dinners. We're never going to want to look back on those TV dinners. And that's what the people who are serving us these TV dinners are afraid of. They're afraid that we will never want to microwave our food again. And I'm going to leave it with that. It was kind of funny, but I'm going to leave it with that. And so, what we'll do, yeah, D Worm, I'm going to say this right before we go that this is something that I like to say about CE5, right? So Ron needs to do a live CE5 and call these aliens down here and tell them to get the show on the road, man. So in that, this is one of the problems I had with Greer, right? When we talked about the paywall and all this and that. So if C and I want CE5 to be a real thing, so let me start with that. And I believe that through consciousness that there should be probably be a way to link up with other consciousness. I'm totally open to that being a thing. And so if in order to get the disclosure cracking and get it going now, then why wouldn't all these CE5 people come together in one place right now and say we're going to do a mass CE5 We're gonna call all the craft in the area. We're gonna get them all to show up at this one spot. We're gonna do this in live on live TV in front of global cameras, and we're gonna show the world right now in this one moment that these things are here, and we're gonna bring it. And I've always said that. So if CE5 is a thing, and people out there really can call CE5, then they need to come together. It's your duty, technically, at this point, it's your duty to go ahead and organize something like this. And maybe I will. Maybe I'll call. And how could that go? Maybe that'll show that some people really can't see five, or maybe that is the moment that all this gets brought into fruition. So maybe I will organize something like that, because I have called on and made this one of the things that I call upon these channelers of ETs, these people who say they are channelers. So we get the channelers because they can channel ETs and speak at any given moment to these ETs, is what they tell me and what they say. So we need to get the channelers, okay? Big group of them. We need to get a big group of the CE5s, because they tell me that they can summon these crafts and get them to respond and do. So we need both of those groups of people together. We need to get them somewhere in a place where they are all together and they can sit and do a mass event where they can actually do this in front of, not saying that they can't do it, but if they can do it, we need to get them to do it so they can help bring this in. So it should be doable. This should be something like, okay, let's just set the date and time and let's get all the people together. And I hope that that's the case, because, yeah, I would pursue something like this, D-Worm, for sure. And I think that might be a thing, because who else is going to try to do it? I might try to do that, man. Maybe at some point in time down the road, hopefully not too long from now, I'm able to call upon people that enough people that, let's say we get 10, 15, 20 CE5s, top CE5 people that just say, oh, I do this, and they come every time. Okay, I need you then to come to this location. Let's set this up in the desert. Let me get, oh, you reptilian channeler, or you channel all the time and you're able to, every time you can connect. Okay, well, I need you. And you want to bring disclosure, right? You care about us getting to that point, because if they don't, then yeah, we know that they're not real in what
On
they're saying.
demand pay-per-view. Where have I heard that before?
Exactly, and we need to get that on camera. We need to get it live in front of the world, just like the moonwalk was, right? The quote unquote moonwalk. Global, it was a small step for man, huge step for mankind. So this is another one of those small step for C5, but a huge step for mankind. And let's get these things cracking. Let's get it on the road. So
Did,
I'm gonna leave it with that. Yeah, you got something to say?
I was going to ask you if I sent you a link to a video about a metallic balloon the government sent up during Eisenhower. Did I not send that? I might not have sent it.
Yeah, it might
Yeah.
be in your drafts.
All right. Well, no. I just might not have sent it. I was thinking about sending it to you, and then I didn't. But that was used for reflecting radio waves. And that was Eisenhower spoke across the country from the reflection of the metallic balloon up in the atmosphere.
Why? Because
I find
waves.
it again. I'll send it to you
Okay, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. So we'll get it going on the next one,
because
man. So
who was on earlier with you at After Hours? Can't remember his name.
today,
Yeah, today.
Ross.
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
Ross
Yeah,
Allison. Yeah.
Ross. He was talking about I see, because when people talk about those spirit radios, I'm not sure which way they're talking. Like these app program things, I wouldn't trust one of those for nothing. But when you got like me that sits with an AM radio in the background, and you hear that thing just start singing every once in a while, and you really got to wonder when you hear some of the tunes it's singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
But he
but
making great points, man, because those could be picking up random radio waves from anywhere that
well, that was
could
the
be
thing,
coming
is
through.
that's why I mentioned the Eisenhower and the balloon.
Mm-hmm.
But instead
Mm-hmm.
of the balloon, imagine it's Pluto the radio wave is bouncing off of. And just by
Mm-hmm.
chance hit Pluto, bounces back to Earth, and how many years from the time that it was sent from Earth to Pluto back to Earth did it take? You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
And if you just happen to be tuned at the right frequency at the right time, standing in the right place, looking the right direction, guess what you hear on the radio? You
Right.
hear voices, and they might be faint voices. They might be really hard to hear.
Right. Right. No, I mean
so,
that's all true, dude. That's all true.
so
That's all
it's
true.
like, I'm kind of 50-50 on the spirit radios. Like for me, it's the AM radio randomly on, and then when it picks up its random what have you, there's definitely signals being sent that are like encrypted or something. You know what I mean? I can hear those because it's like a data burst. That's why I was saying the Bugs Bunny earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yosemite Sam, down in Arizona, New Mexico, wherever it was, there was a transmitter that it was like an 8-second data burst, which if you had the equipment to translate the data burst, it actually draw a picture of Yosemite Sam.
Right.
But you had to have the right equipment to process the signal, and if you don't have the right equipment to process the signal, and earlier I was trying to spin the magnets by my phone to see if like the audience would hear like a thumping in the background, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because the microphone works on, magnetic fluctuations. So if I sit in another room and I can actually emit electromagnetic pulses to the same frequency of voices, guess what you're going to hear on your recording? Because you just simply had a microphone sitting there. You're
What's
going to
that?
hear whatever, huh?
I said,
You're going to
what's
hear
that?
whatever you're going to hear whatever I broadcast to it.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying is, I could sit across the street, down the street in a black van with an antenna on top, point that antenna to where you're doing your ghost hunting, and because I'm transmitting these electromagnetic pulses with the audio signal, your
Right.
microphone will pick up these faint electromagnetic pulses sent through the air a block
Right.
away. So that's why it's
Yeah.
like when people claim they're hearing voices and their playbacks and stuff, I'm like going, okay, well, I can show you ways to cause this time and time again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean anybody dead is talking to. I mean, it is possible. I've seen some weird stuff, like I said earlier. If it wasn't for the person that lived in the house telling me, "You seen the ghost too?" and I'm like, "Yeah," you know, or I didn't know what I was looking at. I just realized nobody else was looking at this kid. You know what I mean? I kept seeing this
Yeah.
kid come to the end of the hallway, and nobody else was looking at him. And I kept looking at him, and that's why she was like, "What are you looking at?" And I'm like, "Nothing." I mean, that's what I said a half a dozen times at least. Nothing. I was looking at nothing. And then finally, she just wasn't buying the "you're looking at nothing" because she kept seeing me whip my head over, like, what the hell am I looking at? You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's when she told me about their little ghosts they had in the house and how different people in the house had seen them at different times. And so, how do you answer that one? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's what I say. But that's why I applauded him earlier because, yeah, if you have ways to show why something wouldn't work or why it may not be a reliable tool to use, then you should be
and
doing
that's what
that, and that's
That's why
that's
I
what
don't
I
like the app
appreciate.
ones. The app ones are pre-programmed with all sorts of pre-programmed responses that can be triggered by all sorts of just odd sounds, you know what I mean, or electromagnetic pulses or whatever, because that's what
Exactly.
I learned from the TV. That's when I learned about the TV was watching my niece respond to the TV and not being able to find the stimulus until I was shown how to use from like 18 kilohertz to 21 kilohertz, which in children up in, unless they got ear problems, if they got ear problems, they won't hear it. But until age 21, 18 to 21 is when most children no longer hear the 18 kilohertz to 21 kilohertz. And I used to mess with my friends' children all the time because I'd sit there and I'd be playing that frequency. And as soon as they looked at me, I'd turn it off. And then they'd be like, and then it would just stop. As soon as they complained about it, it stopped. And then, they can't sit there and go, do you hear that? Because they don't even hear it anymore. You know what I mean? So as soon as they go
Yeah.
back to doing whatever they're doing, I hit the button again. They're back to, do you hear that?
And
Turn
the
it off. You
adults
know what I
can't
mean?
hear it because they're past
And
that
the
age.
adults can't hear it. So they're completely oblivious to the fact that I'm cueing their children remotely. You know what I mean? I'm just remotely cueing their children with a push of a button on my screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're dirty for that, man.
Uh,
Playing with those
I,
kids' heads like that.
no, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to show the
I'm
parents that,
joking.
that their children could be sitting there watching TV, and that television could be telling them things, and you wouldn't even see it happening. And the next thing you know, your child's going into the school heavily armed and doing what? You know what I
Right.
mean?
Look,
That was, yeah,
that's a
okay.
whole different
You're right.
thing. Yeah, we can get into that. We can get into that, but let's go
But
ahead.
not tonight,
Let's wrap this one up. I'm
right?
a
Two
you
weeks,
obviously you got my number, so you'll hear from me within the next
yeah,
couple of weeks. But for everybody else, in case I don't, you'll have the after hours thing that I put together, where I'm gonna pre-record parts of it or most of it, and I'm gonna just set it up as a premiere. So I'll still be like hosting it, quote unquote, technically,
right?
through the recording. So it'll
You
still
just
be
won't be saying
after
hi to
hours.
everybody in the chat.
Yeah, I won't be able to do that, but I'll still do my thing and kind of bring in the show for the way I'm have it set up. But it's gonna be two really epic episodes that we're pulling from the archives, Spaced Out Radio. So still gonna be a good time, and because it'll be set up as a premiere, the chat will be fully open for it, so everyone will be able to show up and still conversate during the entire show like normal. That'll be done Saturday and Sunday, and then obviously it'll be no call-in show. But that I think that'll be good because I think a week without the call-in show, hopefully when we do the call-in show the following week, people are just ready to kind of get jump back into having the conversation. So I think it'll be a good and needed break. And yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Decipher. Let me put it in the chat. Um,
How did I get your email address? I thought it was on your info page or something.
I think it is. I'm not sure though,
I don't
because
even
I'm
know how
not
I got your
really.
email address now,
I think I
other than I
gave it to you.
emailed you.
Yeah, I gave
Oh,
it
did
to
you
you.
give it to me?
I think I
Okay, I
gave it
don't
to you
remember.
over on Rod Stream.
Okay, like I said, I just know I emailed you. You know what I mean? I just remember in the subject line I put "This is Magneticus" or whatever,
And
and yeah,
Decipher, also that call in line that we have up here. Which let me bring that up on the screen because I have to use this anyways for my outro. This call in line 856-843-3444, 856 the dig. This is a good number. So this is a number that I do get messages, voicemails, text messages, all that on. So you can also reach out through this number as well, and just let me know who you are. And yeah, it's a normal number technically, where normal communication can happen through this number. But it's also the call in line. So if you have any experiences, any stories, anything you want to leave, you can call. You'll get the voicemail. You have up to 3 minutes to say what you're going to say before it cuts you off. But we do play those, and we'll start playing those again on After Hours coming up. That's one thing we kind of stopped for a moment because a lot of people weren't calling it. Some people did, but not enough to keep it going. So we'll put that on the back burner, but we'll be bringing it back, and we'll hopefully get that going again. But Magneticus, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming. And reach out to me, dude. Reach out to me during this week, and let's talk, man. Let's talk. There's
well,
definitely
I
some things
I,
we could be
I
talking
text
about.
all the time, so you want? I'll
What
probably
happened?
answer if I recognize the number. If not, it
Okay,
goes to voicemail. Leave a message, and if I recognize your voice, I usually call back
okay.
fairly
Well,
quickly if I'm awake. So
let's let's set it up, man. We will be talking, and appreciate you again. I'm about to wrap this show up, man. So have a good
All
rest of
right.
your night, man, and we'll talk soon.
Morning. Morning
Yeah.
at this for us on the West Coast. Yeah, yeah. All right.
All right, man. Talk soon.
Until next time,
Yes, sir. Till next time.
um,
Later.
hit the mute.
All right, guys. Okay, here we go. Let's get up out of here. Thank you for joining us tonight for another epic call-in show. Man, it was great. You know, that sometimes things happen for a reason, and this show went the direction that it went tonight. It was a purpose behind it. There was really a reason that we had the conversation that we had tonight. I'm happy with it. And I am glad, and we'll, some good things I'm sure will come out of what has been spoken about here tonight. Yeah, so once again, call-in show, normally we do it every Saturday and Sunday, so it won't be happening next weekend due to Thanksgiving, and we will be back the following weekend. So December 2nd and 3rd, we'll be right back into getting this thing going. So I hope to see you back. So make sure you hit your notification bell, just in case. I know life gets busy, it gets hectic. So just in case you're doing something else, as long as you have the notification bell hit, you will be alerted next time this goes live. And that will be sooner than you know. This time is going to fly by. I know it will. Also, the after hours, once again, we're going to have something set up for you guys for Saturday and Sunday. So it'll be like we're still getting together. I'm there, but I'll be there in spirit and visually, but I won't be able to call you out in the chat. That'll be pretty much the only difference. So appreciate you guys all, man. Thank you for spending time. Share these shows, because some of these conversations could definitely help other people out there that might need to hear some of the stuff that we end up talking about here. So yeah, one love, Decipher. One love to everyone here. Sovereign, appreciate you. D-Worm, Decipher, going all the way back. Sarah Yan, appreciate you. Let's see, Derek Galloway, appreciate you. Paramore. We had Deb from SAC, Maggie M10, appreciate you. Jessica S. We had Brown Dwarf, appreciate you. We had Love Be Love, thank you for coming through. Let's keep going. Area 51, thank you for coming through. Thanks for joining the conversation. We do appreciate you. Deb, I said Deb from SAC, I sure did. But thank you for coming. Simon the Likeable, thank you for coming. To Mothman, Lightwalkers, thank you for coming. So many. Let me see. I think we almost got everybody that joined the chat. And yeah, if you were a lurker, if you were back, you didn't join the chat, that's okay. Consider hitting that subscribe button, notification bell. We'd love to see you back, have you join the conversation at some point down the line. Take your time, kind of, take it slow. It's all good. Once again, though, I do appreciate you. I am your host, Mr. Rob G. This is the Social Dig. Want to thank you guys for coming. You guys have a great rest of your day. Have a great week. See you soon. Take care, guys.